Well, good morning. I know the clock on the wall is showing a couple minutes shy, but the all-knowing iPhone is telling me we're after 9 o'clock. And so we're going to go ahead and kick off this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, April 9th. And we're going to start by asking Supervisor Wygant if you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wygant. Appreciate that. Those of you who are regulars might notice that we have 2 chairs vacant this morning instead of just the one that we were all expecting. Supervisor Holmes has assured me he will be here this afternoon for a 2 o'clock timed item that will require all 4 of us be here, but he's not feeling well this morning, so he will probably miss a good portion of, if not all of the morning session, but again, we'll be here at 2 o'clock for our timed item. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to consent. Any of my colleagues have any items they wish removed from consent for discussion? I see none. Any members of the public have anything identified on consent they would like us to remove and talk about? Seeing none, do we have a motion on consent? We have a motion, Wygant, second. Gore, roll call, please.
Gore? Yes. Wygant?
Yeah.
Euler?
Aye. Thank you very much. We've now reached time for public comment. This is the time when any member of the public can address our board on any item that is not on the agenda. If you're here for something that we're going to be talking about later, just keep your seat, keep your cool, and we'll get to it. But if you have something that is not on the agenda, feel free to go ahead and step forward at this time. Please identify yourself for us and try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jane Haproff. I live in Auburn, and I am here representing the Placer People of Faith Together. We're asking that you adopt the recommendation of the Planning Commission regarding affordable housing. We know that there's going to be a tremendous growth in this county over the next 20 years. And the recommendation is that 10 to 20% of that housing be set aside as affordable housing. Right now, 54% of our households, 54% of households cannot afford the median price of a home in Placer County. So we urge you to adopt that recommendation by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Carol Carter from Placer People of Faith Together. I'm here to remind you that it's very important to get a 211 system established in Placer County. We're one of the last counties not to have it, and it gives access to everyone to the social services and public services that this county provides so generously. So I invite you to find a way to make that happen. We've been talking about this for 7 years.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Marlene Coons. I live off of Lawrence Road, and I'm here to ask the board for help in mitigating the problems that the wall at the Auburn Trap Shoot Club has installed. When we bought our property in 1976, the Trap Shoot Club was there. We had no problem with it. When the trap shoot had a shoot, it was probably observable, but never passed conscious thought. Now it is very, very evident. When the wall first started going up, it was like, wow, what's that noise? Then I identified it. When the wall was completed, the noise became even louder and more frequent. You hear the first shot, then you hear the rebound, which is 3 to 4 times louder. I bought my property knowing the trap shoot was clubbed there. I accepted it. But I did not buy my property with the idea that this would happen. I understand that the report that the Planning Commission used stated that there would be no repercussions for the people who are uprange. Not true. It's very, very loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Howard Coons, and I live off of Lawrenson. And I have here rather than words, this is an illustration as to if you look at the graph carefully, you see the small bounce of the sound, the shot. That high spike in back of the short one is the rebound. And you can hear the rebound, small boom and then the large boom. Just so you all can see it.
And your comments need to be caught on the microphone, so I need you to direct your comments to the microphone.
Beg your pardon?
You're doing a grand job of illustrating.
I can shut this thing off now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is Eric Boucher. I live at 4525 Bell Road in North Auburn. My wife and I purchased our home across from Vina Castellana Winery with a beautiful view of the adjacent hillside and the distant Sierras in 2011. When we signed our paperwork, we did not sign a disclosure informing us that we would be regularly exposed to greater than normal amounts of noise. Approximately 2 months ago, our beautiful view was interrupted by a giant 68-foot tall, bright green wall on the far hillside. We also began hearing regular gunfire inside our home, emanating from the Auburn Trap Club. We'd hear gunfire from time to time, maybe every couple months if we were down at our barn or out on the property. It didn't bother us. We knew there was a trap club, and we knew this was life in the country. We're 2 miles away from the club. That's no longer the case. In the time since the wall was finished, we've come to learn that it was the result of a single individual who has lived downrange of the club for approximately 15 years, and who has a history of complaining about noise. When the club refused to sell him the property so he could shut them down, he conducted his own sound study. And by the way, he does not have any expertise in acoustical analysis. And returned to the club asking them to allow him to construct a sound-absorbing wall downrange of the shooting stations. Knowing that they could never survive a lawsuit brought forth by this individual, the club acquiesced and applied for a permit to build the wall. I could go into more details about the major inaccuracies and incorrect conclusions of the report, the way in which it was signed off by a local acoustical analysis firm who did none of their own research, the issuance of a negative declaration, and absence of a complete environmental impact report for the largest structure of its kind anywhere in the United States, and the way which money to pay for the wall was funneled through certain charitable organizations, the incorrect materials used in its construction, and so on and so forth. However, at the end of the day, none of that matters. To put it simply, the wall is a public nuisance, and likely one of the largest mistakes ever made by the Planning Commission. What's worse, citizens' complaints have been turned away with the words, "No codes were broken." It has literally turned lives upside down. Children's telling their parents they no longer want to play outside because the noise hurts their ears. A mother whose son can no longer visit because her home reminds him too much of the Iraq War. And windows shake and shudder with every shot fired. Telling these citizens that no codes were broken only serves to feed their anger, their pain, and their frustration over the situation. Legal dictionaries define a public nuisance as a criminal wrong. It is an act or omission that obstructs, damages, or inconveniences the rights of the community. The term public nuisance covers a wide variety of minor crimes that threaten the health and safety, morals, comfort, convenience, or welfare of a community. If the near 70-foot tall, bright green wall, visible from miles away, and that reflects and amplifies every single shot, does not constitute a public nuisance, I honestly do not know what does. Between Costco, the Bell Road homeless encampment, the proposed Bell Road Hidden Falls entrance, and now the Auburn Trap Club sound wall, I'm afraid North Auburn citizens have lost faith in our leadership. The actions over the past several years have demonstrated that we appear to value big developers, big money, and non-residents more than our own neighbors and taxpaying constituents. Help to restore that faith. We implore this board to help us, to do what you are elected to do. We ask that this public nuisance be recognized for exactly what it is, an utter failure that never should have been built. We ask that the wall be removed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Wendy Boucher, and I live at 4525 Bell Road. And I'd just like to ask the folks who are here with us today supporting this topic to please stand so that we can get an idea of how many people are here.
Well, that explains the crowd.
And
That explains it.
I have here the very large report that was given to us containing all the data and the actual negative declaration and all the checklists and things that come through planning. And since Eric's comments didn't include the details, I just wanted to include a few. According to the study and the application for the permit, the following statements were made that resulted in the negative declaration. Quote, "Shot screen is almost completely concealed by trees and does not pose a visual impediment. Color will be forest green." This is false. The wall can be seen from miles away, destroying what used to be a beautiful view, and the color is a bright fluorescent green, not forest green. Quote, "Shot screen will block light trespass from club stadium lights." This is false. The screen has actually amplified the light uprange. Where we never saw lights before, it now literally looks like a Major League Baseball stadium on the far hill. Quote, "Will the shot screen increase noise uprange from reflections?" And the answer on the application states no. According to page 17 of the negative declaration, in section 12 titled "Noise, would the project result in?" there are 2 points. A substantial permanent increase in ambient noise levels in the project vicinity above levels existing without the project, and point 3, a substantial temporary or periodic increase in ambient noise level in the project vicinity above levels existing without the project. The answer provided to both is no impact, the far right column. In the negative declaration, description of these items is a statement from Ballard Acoustical, the third-party engineer who confirmed the data. BAC confirms that reflected sound would not intensify noise levels in any direction due to the sound-absorbing properties and design features of the shot screen. Therefore, there will be no negative noise impacts as a result of the project. And that sound reflected would be directed upward, and the trap club and surrounding properties would be reduced. Therefore, there is no impact. This is false. The screen not only reflects the sound, but it amplifies it several times, as we heard, uprange. Residents are now treated to not just the initial gunshot, which they had become accustomed to, but the louder reflection off the wall. The downrange individual complaining about the sound funded the majority of the construction of the wall and also did the study that provided examples of walls at existing trap clubs, supposedly backing up these findings. Unfortunately, the walls that were studied were half the height of the new sound wall and not made of thick, non-absorbing rubber material. Almost done. They were also on flat terrain, not hilly foothills like we have in Auburn. Additionally, there was not a visual impact analysis done. If the proposed prototype wall was given a variance of 68 feet, which is almost double the existing ag farmland allowance for height code, it's hard to believe that it would not be visible from the surrounding areas of North Auburn. Again, my ranch is 2 miles from the club, and I see it like a giant dam on the hill. The acoustical analysis done by the third party simply concurred with Mr. Carlisle's data and study. I don't believe any of the decibel levels taken were ever verified for their accuracy, so I believe there is a flaw in the data. Finally, the sign-off page of the negative declaration states, "The proposed project could not have a significant effect on the environment, and a negative declaration will be prepared." And that's all I have, and I thank you for your time and
Thank
the
you.
extra time.
Thank you. Okay, a number of you stood. How many of you are intending to speak on this item? All right. Why don't, those of you that want to speak on this item, why don't you, if you would please, if you're able, if you would just go ahead and form a line right in the middle, those of you who want to speak on this item. And if you're not able, keep your seat and then come up when the line diminishes. Understand that we cannot take action on any items raised in public comment. That doesn't mean that we're not hearing this and we won't be having conversations with our staff. It doesn't mean that we won't be having conversations with our staff about it. So please keep your comments appropriate to that.
My name is Ash Kellison. I live on Lawrenson. I am 1/2 mile, if not a little greater, lateral of the wall. That means that the sound is not reflected directly at me. The curvature of the wall points nowhere near me. We've noticed a marked difference. Before the wall, we were not able to hear the gun range except on cloudy days, and then it was very faint. On any shooting day now, there is an audible difference. Cloudy days, it's abnormally high. I just wanted to, I took a sound reading, not by any means accurate from the phone, but the range that I took is accurate. The decibel readings on the background noise during the shoot were 30 decibels. The shot sound, the reflection of the sound being the highest, was 85. And although those numbers are not accurate, like I said, the range between 30 and 85 is a very large range difference. And these were taken, I believe, last Thursday, which was the lamentable last youth shoot day. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Cheryl Burkhardt, and I've lived in North Auburn for 20 years. And we have lived with the Trap Club not being a problem. And in North Auburn, among so many other things that have been done to our community recently, the wall has now made our home life inside with the fan on for white noise a war zone. And those who have approved this wall to be built, I think, should be held accountable.
Thank you.
My name's Stephen Stern. I live on Rand Road, North Auburn. We recently bought our property about a year ago. There was no mention of the Trap Club, and there was no mention recently of this wall going up. We're 3 miles from the Trap Club. The noise is ridiculous. I would never, ever, ever have spent close to $700,000 to move to Auburn to hear this war zone. And we lived forever in a rural area where occasionally we heard gunshots. I shoot. I love to shoot. I'm not a hunter. Our dog is besides herself. It is just horrible. She hides. She shakes. She's had accidents in the house. We can't go anywhere. It's everywhere. In the house, outside, our granddaughter, who's 3, will say, "What's that?" And I have to make up something. What about our property taxes? I just paid a supplemental tax recently. You can't tell me that my property is not worth what we paid for it, because we'd have to disclose that we live in a war zone. Please help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Hello, my name is Tim, and I live on Lawrenson as well. Moved there in 1990, and the Trap Club I heard right away, and that's okay. I think it's the sound of freedom. That's how I look at it. I wanted to stay there, but I have enough annoyances in life, like everybody else, where when I come home, I like to come down my street and just come back to this beautiful, serene sanctuary that it is, and I can't say the noise, even from the walls, bothers me, but when I look at that thing, which is several times a day, I get really mad, and it's just really ugly. It's revolting, and nobody asked my brother and I whether it's okay with us for them to put it there, We keep our yard such that it's okay for people to look at, and we think everybody on the street should do that. And if that had been there in 1990, very good chance I wouldn't have moved there. Thanks. Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning. I am the closest neighbor to the south of the Trap Club.
And your name, please?
Tim.
I need your last name, sir.
Massey.
Thank you.
And we bought the house almost 10 years ago. We talked to the gun range before we went there. We listened to the sound. We would not have bought the house if the sound was at the level it is now. I am asking that the county revoke the variance that they granted. I know you can do it. I've looked it up. Every item in the variance has been proven false. It needs to be revoked. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Tom Cook. I live about a half a mile uprange from the Auburn Trap Club. I'm a retired fire inspector from the city of Palo Alto. I've worked with many individuals with a lot more money than Mr. Carlisle in my course of my career. And I know the position they put you in when they exercise their will as they see fit. You've been put between a rock and a hard place. And I know it, and you didn't ask for it. But I also feel he has the right to mitigate the noise problem as best he can. But he doesn't have the right to disregard an entire community around him. I ask that you would mitigate a solution to benefit all parties and remember your commitment when you were placed in the positions that you hold now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. We're still under public comment. Is there anybody else who wants to address this issue? If not, I want to assure you that yes? Okay, I need you to step forward. And need you to identify yourself for the record, and then we can take your question.
Margie O'Reilly, and I live on 4689 North Creek Haven Road. I just have a question. Who is the person responsible? You said you can't do it?
No, what I said is we can't take any action today on items that are raised under public comment. That doesn't mean that an item can't be brought back to us, which was raised under public comment, that the chairman or somebody else can't then say to staff, hey, let's agendize that and have a conversation. Rest assured, Supervisor Holmes, who unfortunately is not here this morning, made me aware after our last meeting what the reason that these folks from the Trap Club were here for. I had no idea. He made me aware. We'll be having a conversation.
Okay, so I got a letter from I was told to send an email to the person that was responsible, and then I got an email back and said it would be taken care of by April. I think that's too long. I mean, it's already April. I think it should be taken care of definitely by the end of this month. But I just don't think it should go on and on and on, and we have to go and sit in meetings forever to do the same thing over and over again. Somebody needs to take care of it now.
We can't right now, but you're on the radar, guaranteed. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Sil Nisler. I live at 10722 Rolling Oaks Court. I've been a resident there for over 20 years. I was clueless that we even had a gun range near us. I don't know where it is. I've never seen it. I've never been there. But as of recently, it's hard for me to explain this, and they've done a great job of explaining some of the sound effects, but it is quite surprising that I've had a gun range that close to me. I don't know the distance, but the sound is very annoying, and I hope you can make some changes. So thank you.
You're welcome. And as I indicated, Supervisor Holmes is aware of this issue. I believe it actually technically resides in District 5, not in District 3. But as I look out at this audience, the odds are that the next supervisor from District 5, as I'm looking at a number of faces, is probably sitting in this room right now. So that person will have heard these comments as well. Okay? Thank you all very much. Is there anybody else under public comment? Ma'am, you've already addressed us under public comment.
Can I just show you a picture?
Thank you very much. We saw it when you held it up. Thank you. Anybody else under public comment not on the Trap Club item? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. And now for something completely different. My name is Robert Elster, and I'm a former petty officer first class with the United States Coast Guard. It's good to see Bonnie Gore again, and great to see you, Kirk. I'm here representing the Placer Veterans Stand Down Organization, and our event is taking place on May 14th through the 16th. We have a lot of goods and services for our homeless veterans as well as veterans as a whole. You know, some veterans don't even know that they have veterans benefits coming to them. So we have a tremendous amount of goods and services for them. We are currently the only 3-day event in Northern California. Most of them have been turned down to be one-day events. And the Placer Veteran Stand Down is considered the bellwether for that type of organization. I mentioned Bonnie because Bonnie has been an avid supporter of our group over the period of years, as well as you were on the City Council of Roseville as well.
Mayor, I was mayor of Roseville.
And Mayor Roseville as well. And plus the fact that, you know, it's really kind of cool to have this organization, you know, do what it's doing currently. And I'm really, really happy over the fact that we have served, in the 9 years I've been involved with it, over 1,000 people. So I think that's great. I brought business cards for you guys and flyers for each one of the individual
Just hand them to the clerk there. That'd be
members
great.
of you guys. So I get to speak at Rockland City Council today and Loomis City Council today. So
Busy person.
busy person.
We don't need all those cards.
And here's
You could probably just take a little stack. There you go.
absolutely.
All right.
Okay, you guys.
Thank
And
you,
as
Mr.
we say in
Olson.
the Coast Guard, Semper Paratus.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care,
you for
guys.
your service. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Anybody else under public comment? All right, thank you all for your participation in public comment this morning. We're going to go ahead and move on to board member and county executive reports. Any of my colleagues have anything they wish to report out at this time? Supervisor Gore, you're down there, right there. That one right there.
Still a newbie,
Yeah, that's all right.
but not for long.
That's right.
Just a follow-up, I would like us to make sure we look into the whole wall issue with the Auburn Trap Club. So I want to put that on record that we need to make sure that we do that. And people have definitely been heard, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. And, yes, county council has something?
I'm not a board member giving a report, but I did want to put on the record that there's already been a meeting held with Supervisor Holmes and represented the aide of the 5th District with the Trap Club owner and planning staff.
Okay,
And
great.
we are looking into it.
Thank you very much for that. Anything else? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our 9:05 timed item. And we're going to stress the bounds of time here a little bit by moving into this. This is a public hearing in regard to SMD2, a proposed sewer user fee increase.
Good morning, Chairman Euler, members of the board, Dave Atkinson with Department of Public Works. This will be the first of 4 sewer user fee increase requests that we'll bring to your board this morning. The operation and maintenance of the public sewer infrastructure that the county oversees and maintains is funded solely by sewer user fees, which are paid by the connected commercial and residential customers. These fees cover the daily operation and maintenance, which include preventive maintenance, periodic pipeline and station cleaning, inspections, rehabilitation projects, calls for service, monitoring, and of course, state-mandated permit compliance requirements. For each of the 4 items this morning, after a brief presentation, we would ask that the chair conduct a public hearing to receive comments and consider protests. Following the public hearing, ask for the clerk of the board to report whether a valid protest has been achieved in accordance with the requirements of Proposition 218. Should a protest not be reached, we would then ask that your board consider the fee increase request. And finally, if the board elects to consider the approval, we would ask that the motion include the finding in the board item as required by the Public Resource Code. So digging into the details of Sewer Maintenance District Number 2, which is located in the southeastern corner of Placer County, between Folsom Lake and the city of Roseville. This area is more generally known as Granite Bay. This area provides sewer service to approximately 7,300 equivalent dwelling units, and remember, that's a term we use to try to equalize the flow from businesses and things to closely match a single-family residence. Wastewater is conveyed to the city of Roseville for treatment through the county's participation as a member of the South Placer Wastewater Authority. And in order to provide for the ongoing annual operations funding, it is requested that your board adopt an increase of 4% per year over the next 2 years. So specifically, that would take the current rate of $48.12 per month per EDU And in July 1, 2019, that fee would become $50.04 per EDU per month. And in July 1, 2020, $52.04 per month. This increase is projected to generate approximately $350,000 a year in revenue over the next 2 years. It's important to note that the fee for this area has not been increased since 2007. If that proposed increase were to be distributed equally since then until now, we would be looking at roughly a 0.6% per year, year-over-year increase. And then just to give you some perspective, the increase in the consumer price index for California during that same time period is actually 26.3%. As these fee increases are governed by the aspects of Proposition 218, staff completed the required notifications with close consultation with County Council. This included mailers for 6,090 of the individual residential and commercial customers, and these notices included instructions on how to register a protest should they choose to do so. The public hearing was also noticed in the Roseville Press Tribune on March 22nd and March 29th. And staff took an additional step of making an informational presentation at the Granite Bay MAC. Additionally, Environmental Utilities has received 8 phone calls. 4 of these 8 expressed objection to the fee increase, and the remaining calls were questions and clarifications. And with that, again, the action we're requesting this morning is that you consider the fee increase 4% per year over year for 2-year period, starting effectively July 1, 2019, and then make a finding pursuant to Section 2180B8 of the Public Resource Code that higher fees are derived directly from the cost of providing services and are therefore exempt from environmental review. Happy to answer questions.
Questions by board members? Seeing no questions by board members, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Any members of the public wish to address the board on the proposed fee increase? This again is for SMD 2. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board where we're being asked to make our finding pursuant to Section 21080B8. I'm sorry? Oh, request for protest. Thank you very much. We need to ask for protest.
Majority protest was not received.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're being asked to make those findings pursuant to Section 21080B8 of the Public Resource Code that the higher fees are derived directly from the cost of providing services, therefore exempt from environmental review. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Motion by Wygant, second by Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much. All right, moving on, we will take our 9:10 timed item. This is County Service Area 28, Zone 2A3, Sunset Sewer, a proposed sewer fee increase.
County Service Area 28, Zone 2A3, known as Sunset Sewer, is located in midwestern Placer County between Highway 65 and Fitterment Road, just north of the city of Roseville. This area provides sewer service to approximately 1,100 equivalent dwelling units. As was the case with SMD2, wastewater from this area also flows to the city of Roseville for treatment as part of our SPWA partnership. And we are again asking for a 2-year 4% increase in fees. This would take monthly fees from $33.06 per month, and then on July 1, 2019 to $34.38 per month, and then finally on July 1, 2020 to $35.76 per month. Just was with the case with SMD1, fees have not been raised in this area for quite some time, and if we were to do that year over year, it would be about a 0.7% year over year increase in those fees. Appropriate mailings and notices were made. We mailed letters to all 144 of the customers in the Sunset area. The same noticing was done in the Roseville Press Tribune, and Environmental Utilities received 1 phone call, which was a question about how the fee was being calculated. And again, we'd ask for your board's consideration of the request and to make the same findings as required by the Public Resource Code. Happy to answer questions, sir.
Questions by board members? Seeing none, any questions by the public? Seeing none, what is the result of the protest?
The majority protest was not received.
Okay, And again, our board, in regard to County Service Area 28, Zone 2A3, is being asked to make findings pursuant to Section 21080B8 of the Public Resource Code. The higher fees are derived directly from the cost of providing service and therefore exempt from the environmental review. What is the pleasure of the board?
Move approval, staff recommendation.
We have a motion, Wygant, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. We move on to our 9:15 timed item. This is County Service Area 28, Zone 55, Lavoti Sewer.
County Service Area 28, Zone 55, known as Lavoti Sewer, is located in the southern border of Placer County, roughly between I-80 and Sunset Boulevard. This serves 241 equivalent dwelling units. The majority of the wastewater from this area is conveyed to Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District for treatment, and then approximately 17 of those EDUs still flow to the city of Roseville for treatment. In 2017, your board approved a 5-year rate increase as a pass-through of the increases of fees that we pay to Sac Regional County Sanitation District for treatment, as they had just recently approved a 5-year rate increase to cover the cost of their treatment plant expansion. Some may know this as the Echo Water Project. We currently pay $37 per month per EDU to Sacramento County Regional Sanitation for them to treat the wastewater from the Lavoti area. We did recently receive notice that the Sac Regional Board is considering making some changes to that fee structure, but they haven't taken any action at this time. Once they have taken some action, staff will evaluate that and come back to the board as appropriate, should we need to make any further changes in the fee structure. But what we're asking your board today is to raise the sewer user fee in Lavoti 4% year over year for 2 years. This would include the sewer fee increase that your board already proposed or already approved in 2017. So the math here is a little bit different, so I'll just run through these just for clarity. So the current fee as it stands now is $49.64 per month. July 1, 2019, we are proposing $52.63. This includes the $1 pass-through from SRCSD as well as the 4% increase. July 2020, $55.16. That includes the current 50-cent pass-through from SRCSD. And then on July 1, 2021, $55.66, and that would include no fee increase for the local component, but the 50-cent per month per EDU pass-through from SRCSD. And we anticipate that this fee increase will generate approximately $11,000 for the district. Mailings were made to the 225 individual residential and commercial customers in the Lavoti sewer. Environmental Utilities received no phone calls from Lavoti, and we did make the same notices in the Roseville Press Tribune on March 22nd and March 29th. And again, we're asking your board to consider the fee increases as I described it and make the finding as required by the Public Resource Code.
Great, thank you. Seeing no questions or comments from board members, any questions or comments by members of the public? Seeing none, what was the protest tally?
Majority protest was not received.
All right, at this time, in regard to County Service Area 28, Zone 55, we're being asked to make the finding pursuant to 21080B8 of the Public Resource Code. The higher fees are derived directly from the cost of providing services and are therefore exempt from environmental review. Do we have a motion?
Move approval, staff recommendation. Excuse me.
I will second. You didn't mix it up, Robert.
We have a motion, Wygant, and a envious second by Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Thank you, and moving on to our final one. This is Area 28, Zone 173, Dry Creek.
County Service Area 28, Zone 173, Dry Creek Sewer, is located in the southwestern corner of Placer County, generally between Walerga Road and Cucuriola Roads, and is adjacent to the Sacramento County line. This area provides sewer to 1,550 equivalent dwelling units. Wastewater from this area flows to the city of Roseville for treatment, again through our participation in the South Placer Wastewater Authority, Joint Powers Authority. And we are again asking your board's approval for 2 year-over-year 4% increases. The current fee is $38.14. We're asking that to go to $39.67 in July 1, 2019, and $41.26 July 1, 2020. And we anticipate this fee increase will generate approximately $60,000 in revenue over those 2 years. Appropriate mailers were made to the 1,487 residents and commercial users in the area. Same public noticing in the Roseville Press Tribune. Environmental Utilities received 2 phone calls, one of which was a question and one was an expression of objection for the fee increase. And additionally, staff did make an informational presentation at the West Placer MAC for both their board and public. And again, we're asking the board to consider these fee increases and then to make the appropriate finding from the Public Resource Code.
Okay, questions or comments by board members? So I do have one at this point. First of all, thank you for coming to the Granite Bay MAC on our item. I should have, I guess, made this comment under the Granite Bay MAC one, but you'll recall that we had somebody at the Granite Bay MAC who said, well, why 4% increases year over year as opposed to just breaking that up and doing an annual increase? And I said, well, be careful what you wish for, because that 0.2%, excuse me, rented lips, that 0.62% annualized increase that would equate the 4 plus 4 over the 2 years, because I'm silly this way, I actually went back and did the math on that, on what that would have cost if we had adjusted it year over year, the 0.62. And sitting here today on a $100 fee increase, they'd be sitting at $109 today, had it been $100 when we first adjusted it back, or when we last adjusted back in 2007. And in the intervening 13, 12 years, they would have paid $57 more in those years in order to get us to where we are. So you come out ahead if you wait and we don't have that compounding effect, which is also a lesson as to why you should invest early.
Indeed.
Compounding. It's a beautiful thing. All right. With that, and seeing no public comment, right? No public comment on this one? Don't expect somebody's just going to pop up on the last one and say, oh, I got the... So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board as we are being asked to... Yes. Oh, the protest vote. Yes, we're being asked to entertain the protest vote first. That's what we're being asked to do.
A majority protest was not received.
Thank you. And this one is in regard to County Service Area 28, Zone 173, where once again we're being asked to make the finding pursuant to Section 21080B8 of the Public Resource Code. The higher fees are derived directly from the cost of providing service and therefore exempt from environmental review. Do we have a motion? Thank you. We have a motion, Gore, and a second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving right along. We have a 9:30 timed item, Bear River Campground Use and Reservations.
Thank you, Chairman Euler, members of the board, Andy Fisher with your Parks and Grounds Division. The action before you right now is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution amending the fee schedule for Placer County public recreation areas.
Gunfire. Here you are talking about a revolution.
In relation to campsite reservations and campsite use at Bear River Campground in accordance with Placer County Code Section 12.24.030A, otherwise known as the Public Recreation Ordinance. Bear River Campground encompasses 192 acres on the shore of the Bear River near Colfax. It has a popular day use area where people fish and gold pan. It also has 23 family campsites and 1 group campsite that can be rented either in half or in whole. The entire site is owned by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Placer County has operated it under an operating agreement with the state since 1966. For the past several years, we've really been on a mission to improve the visitor experience at Bear River Campground. That began tangibly in 2014 when we hired a contracted ranger service to have more personal presence on the ground. And then in 2017, we replaced an antiquated reservation system with an online reservation system. Previous to that, it was walk-in, first come, first serve for each of the family campsites, and it was a phone-in system for the group campsites. The new online system has assured people their availability of space when they get there. People come from all over. And it's also introduced some accountability. We do have better record of who's there in case bad things happen and we need law enforcement and things like that. Those have both been positive steps. We also have a lot of support from the Meta Vista Trails Association in providing trail clearing and cleaning up the place, so we've been making some good strides. The next step that we're recommending to your board is to revisit the fees. The current fees for camping are $10 per family campsite per night, $40 per half group site, and $75 for the full group site. We do not charge for day use. People can come there during the day for no cost. Over the last few months, we've looked at comparables for 30 different local family campgrounds and 16 different group campsites operated by different agencies throughout the immediate region. And we have found that our fees are about 32% of the average fee for family campsites and about 53% of average for the group campsites. And to be clear, we're really not looking for Bear River Campground to be a money maker. With the recommended fees before you today, it would offset a portion of the operational costs of Bear River Campground. Today, the fees generate about 17% of our operational revenue. That would go up to about 47% if approved. But really, I think in my mind, at least, the biggest thing is trying to change the culture and improve the visitor experience. We believe that rates are so low there now that people have been going there for the wrong reasons. Just one example of that, anecdotally, was reported to me from the Rangers. Apparently an enterprising fellow went out and rented a site to operate as an appliance repair business there. Took advantage of cheap rental commercial property. So, you know, as you can imagine, every family's dream, you plan your vacation all winter and you go out and finally get there and find yourself camped next to a lovely river and broken dishwashers. We remedied that situation, of course, but I think it does kind of illustrate the sort of opportunism that we're seeing out there and people going there for the wrong reasons, in part because the fees are so much less than the rest of the market. So, again, while it would cost more, we believe it would tangibly improve visitor experience. And so what we're recommending, given the comparisons that we have made, and that's part of your packet, a list of all those comparisons, is that those fees would go from the family sites would be raised from $10 to $24. To rent a half of the group site would go from $40 to $80, and a full group site would go from $75 to $120. We've always charged a reservation fee for the group campsites. We're recommending the institution of, it's a one-time $8 reservation fee that's distributed amongst the number of nights that you stay there. That is consistent with all the state and federal sites in our area. At those rates, the proposed rates, they'd still be slightly below average for the local market. We'd be at about 75% of average for the family sites, 94% for the group sites. There are some things that I think justify, I think, still being a little below average. We do not have potable water there or electricity. Those are things we'd like in the future, but I think that puts us pretty in line with the market given the amenities that are there. If this is adopted, the fee increase would take effect on June 8th. There'd be a 60-day period, and we would use that time to get the word out about the fee increase. We would post at the site. One of the new features of our online reservation system as well is that we can easily communicate with all of the folks who have registered before and are regular users. The Weimar Applegate Colfax MAC and the Parks Commission both unanimously approved the increases. There were no comments of dissent in either of those forums. And I want to make clear as well that all of the other fees within our public recreation ordinance would remain unchanged at this time. It doesn't affect any of the costs for pavilions or fields or anything like that. We're only dealing with Bear River Campground. So with that, I would like to turn it back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Any board members have any questions on the report that we've just received? No? Okay. Do we have any members of the public? This is a public hearing. Any members of the public wish to address the board prior to us taking action on this item? Would you please identify yourself?
Good morning. This is Tiffany Vanderlinden. I am Tiffany Vanderlinden from Meta Vista Trails Association, and we do maintain the trails there at the Bear River area in the campground, and we do support these fee increases. And it's a lovely area with trails, and we'd like to see it improved as we go on.
Great, thank you, and thank you for your volunteer work in maintaining those trails. It's very nice. Anybody else want to address the board? All right, we'll close public hearing, bring it back to the board. It's a pleasure.
Well, other than making me want to go camping,
With your dishwasher?
well, that would be my husband. But,
Your husband's your dishwasher?
Gotta make him do some work when we go camping. First of all, thank you for your report, and thank you for making sure that we keep our campground up to snuff. And I think the rate increases are appropriate, and it's good that we're not at the high end of the market, but a reasonable rate. So I move approval.
All right, we have a motion, Gore, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we got a little bit of time before our 10:05, so we will jump to some department head items here. And we'll begin with Human Resources. This is update to classifications, allocations for the Department of Public Works and Facilities Management. You are not Suzanne Holloway.
Again, no. We can't get that right.
Record here.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Kate Sampson from your Human Resources Department. The item before you today is really just an administrative cleanup of your allocation and compensation ordinances to reflect the direction you gave in October 2018 for the reorganization of your public works and facilities functions. Specifically before you is just a proposal to retitle deputy director positions used in each of the new departments of Public Works and Facilities Management. Both departments prefer to utilize a general title for their deputy directors that can be deployed in a number of areas. So we recommend that you update the titles and then eliminate several outdated specifications for more specialized deputy directors that were used in the past. There are no changes to salary or any other compensation elements proposed today. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry. Apologize if I was distracting there. Sorry. Any questions on item 9A? Seeing no questions, any member of the public wish to address the board on this item? Ken, you all good with this? Nothing you need to add? All good? All right. We got the thumbs up from Mr. Graham. So do we have a motion?
Second.
A motion, Gore, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. So County Council has just pointed out that, in fact, item 10 does require a budget revision, which requires a 4/5 vote. And as much as I think of myself as more than just worth one, I unfortunately don't get 2 votes, I've learned up here. So we're going to have to table this one, and you have identified a date and time certain, or just to the next regularly scheduled board meeting?
I was going to suggest, but it's really up to the board, you could continue this to 2 PM if we believe Supervisor Holmes will be here.
That's a good call. Why don't we do that? We'll go ahead and continue this, or just, we'll wait on this item and just not bring it forward. Beverly, really quickly, do you think that Supervisor Holmes would prefer the flag item be heard today, later in the day, or should we continue that to another board meeting in the future, since that was his item? You want to step forward, and you have to be on the record. You have to step forward right here, since I just called you out. Sorry, that's how this works. Ask Terry. She loves it when I do this to her.
I'd say table it.
I'm sorry, you are, for the record, who?
Beverly Roberts.
Thank you. And Beverly, as Supervisor Holmes' aide, you think he would prefer the item be heard today or continue to?
I would say continue it to the 22nd, Monday the 22nd.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and hold off on item 10A. 10B does not require a budget revision, therefore the 3 of us are adequate to hear this item. So we'll go ahead and move on to 10B.
Good morning, Bob Costa, Department of Public Works. Today, this is a request for your approval to execute a contract with Reeby's Automotive Parts for on-site parts management of the Department of Public Works Fleet Services Division. Fleet Services operates 2 vehicle and equipment maintenance and repair shops. The main shop at the County Government Center in Auburn, the other at the Cabin Creek location near Truckee. Supporting those 2 shops is a staffed parts facility located in the Auburn shop. Parts and supplies needed for maintenance and repair of fleet-managed buses, light-duty vehicles, heavy equipment, and other miscellaneous equipment are ordered, stocked, and distributed at that location. Most of the parts and supplies used by Fleet Services are purchased through numerous supplier contracts established annually through County's Procurement Services Division. Considerable staff time in multiple departments is expended in maintaining these contracts and in processing monthly billings and payments. In an effort to reduce costs, Fleet Services worked with Procurement Services to develop a request for proposals for an alternative parts acquisition and management process. Proposals were received from 3 firms, and through the evaluation process, Reeby's Auto Parts of Rockland was the top-ranked firm. Under the proposed contract with Reeby's, they will provide staffing for the Fleet Services Auburn Parts facility during regular shop hours and be available when needed for emergencies. Once existing county-owned inventory is depleted, Reeby's will own all parts and supplies inventory kept on site, charging the county only when parts are distributed for use. Parts will be purchased at discounted prices with staffing of the parts facility included in the pricing structure. Based on a direct comparison of the costs for nearly 700 recently purchased parts, it appears that overall parts-related cost savings will be about 10% below what we pay today. This parts management approach has been used successfully in many other agencies throughout the country, including locally Nevada and El Dorado counties and the city of Sacramento. So our request is that your board approve the award of a competitive request for proposal number 100013 with Reeby's Auto Parts of Rockland, California, in the amount of $1,300,000 for the period of April 9th, 2019 to March 31st, 2020. And approve the option to renew the agreement for 4 additional 1-year terms and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents and authorize change orders of up to $100,000 consistent with county procurement policy. So with that, entertain any questions that you might have. We do have representatives from Reeby's and procurement here, should you have questions.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Bob. Just a quick question. The staff that currently work in the warehouse, tell me what's happening with staffing.
One of our equipment service workers that normally would work on the floor, works in the parts facility. That person retired last week. So we now have a vacant position. This would be an ideal opportunity to fill our need without having to replace that person at this time.
So we'll have staff savings, savings with the inventory, and cost savings on parts.
Correct.
Terrific. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions up here, any members of the public wish to address the board before we take action on this item? And seeing none, you've heard the staff request. What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
We have a motion Gore, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 10C. And item 10C is a local transportation fund claim to the Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit from Tahoe Regional Planning Agency.
Good morning.
Mr. Gardner.
Yes, Will Garner, Public Works Department. And this morning's item is to approve a claim for transportation funds, for transit funds, from Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. There's 2 different kinds of funds here. There's the local transportation fund in the amount of $680,050 and state transit assistance of $316,500. These are both under the Transportation Development Act. They're designated for transit, and they're annually claimed from the TRPA for the TART service, Tahoe Regional, Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit. Sorry, changed the name a couple years ago. So these funds are in the current budget. and are used for operations. And with that, we're asking you to adopt a resolution to execute the fiscal year 1819 LTF and STA fund claims in the amount of, sorry, $680,050 for local transportation fund and $316,500 for state transit assistance. And this is for, again, for TART. And again, they're in the final budget.
Great. Okay, Supervisor Gore.
So no questions, but Will, are you the same Will Garner that worked for PCTPA previously?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Well,
It's been a while, 22 years ago.
Okay, well, see, I remember the name. I just couldn't place the face. Thank you.
All right, now that we've made our acquaintances, we'll go ahead and we'll see if there are any questions by board members other than who Will is. No, there are no questions by board members. Any questions by any members of the public on this item prior to our board taking action? And seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
We have a motion, Gore, and a second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you so much. And we move on to item 10D, Placer County Auburn Jail Retrofit Bid Award. I have our Facilities Director, Mr. Newsom, scheduled to present this item. Oh, there you are. Hi there. I just caught you off guard. We're moving that quickly, right? You're not...
Good morning.
Morning.
Steve Newsom, your Facilities Management Director. This item is the award of bid to PNP Construction of Applegate, California. The project originally went out to bid, and there were 4 bids received, and there were significant issues with those bids, and we worked with procurement and decided to reject those bids and rebid the project. The successful, responsive, and responsible bidder is PNP Construction, and the project is within the 2018-19 budget, so we're asking for authorization to approve that contract with change orders not to exceed $143,238. Any questions?
Okay, yeah, just out of curiosity, what was the problem with the first round where we received 4?
The scope of work includes some hardware, jail hardware, that is specific to a manufacturer, and that manufacturer requires the installers to be approved, and the majority of the bidders did not have an approved installer. So we rebid the project, made that very clear that that requirement would be in place.
What, is that a common practice where we have a particular equipment vendor who then doesn't do their own install yet requires, in order, I'm assuming for operational warranty's sake, requires the installation through an approved installer? Is that not?
That's pretty common. It occurs with certain types of roofing and others where the installers need to have specific training in order to perform the work. So
But
not
that-
uncommon.
That took our respondents down to just 2.
Correct.
Okay. So,
I believe it took it down to 1.
Oh.
We felt that
I thought I saw there were 2 respondents.
it was more appropriate to clarify the issue and rebid.
Yeah, I'm seeing PNP Construction, to whom we're being recommended to award it, as well as SW Allen Construction.
Oh, and the final bid, yes.
Yeah,
Excuse
in the
me.
final,
I
yes.
thought you were talking
Yeah,
about the
no,
original bid.
in the
No.
final bid.
Correct,
And that we did have a 3rd bidder who withdrew.
correct.
Okay.
And there
hate-
were no protests.
Absolutely hate Monday morning quarterbacking these things. However, when we're speccing equipment for these kinds of jobs, when the equipment then subsequently has its own specs that involved limiting the number of contractors that are available for the installation. Are we taking that component into consideration when purchasing the original equipment, since obviously the installation cost is going to be higher when you limit the number of contractors that are available on it?
The uniqueness here is, and I think hardware, door hardware, is probably the most prevalent when it comes to this, and that is that, especially in a jail situation, you don't want multiple hardware manufacturers throughout your facility. So that is something that is often a more proprietary construction component, which is based on the fact that the convenience, the maintenance, et cetera, becomes a problem if you have multiple manufacturers.
Okay. And I'm just going to assume, for the sake of discussion, that this is an equipment vendor with whom we've done some work in the past and we're comfortable with the
Correct.
operation of their equipment.
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, any members of the public wish to address us on this item prior to the board taking action? Yes, sir. We do have one, Steve, so please come on up.
My name is Ash Kellison. I'm a former locksmith, professional hardware installer. A lot of the equipment that he was referring to, if you use one brand or one set of equipment, will ease maintenance, ease inventory of equipment needed to do the maintenance on that stuff, and so saves money in the long run, not having to purchase or find other people who are specialized in that equipment if it's different than the standard line. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else? All right, we are being asked to move forward with the awarding of PNP construction and authorize and delegate authority to approve any necessary change orders to the Director of Facilities Management. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
We have motion Wygant, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. And let's go ahead and have a formal motion to table item 11A, the Placer County flag redesign. We'll table that to the next regularly scheduled board meeting of the 22nd here in, yes? Oh, the 22nd being the special board meeting, that's right. To the next board meeting, which will be on the 22nd, Monday, the 22nd here in Auburn. Do we have a motion to table item 11A?
So moved.
All right, motion Wygant, second Gore. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, we will go ahead and take, I think we had a 10:05 timed item, correct? As I jump back in time here. Yes, we do. 10:05 timed item. This is our Community Development Resources Agency and Facility Management. The board is being asked to consider our Placer County Government Center Master Plan update. Wow, quite the assembled team moving forward.
We have a big team. Should have a presentation coming. Loading? I don't see it.
Are we asking the guys in the back to upload our presentation for Crystal here?
Thank you.
I'm sure they're scrambling already.
I can go ahead and get started. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson with Planning Services Division, and here today with Paul Breckenridge with Facilities Management. The item before your board for consideration is the Placer County Government Center Master Plan. We do have a team of consultants here today, and I would like to acknowledge and introduce Catherine Waugh with Dudek, who prepared the environmental impact report for the project, and then we also have Jack Padden with Williams and Padden, who prepared the master plan, and they're available for any questions that might come up.
Hold on.
Okay.
How long will it take you to get one? Because it's kind of important that we have this PowerPoint up there. So. Well, then why don't we do this? Since we have no other items, we're just going to take a brief recess because it's very important with this item in particular that we be able to show everybody what it is we're talking about. And it's nice that we have these cool little handouts. So what just happened in the event that you're keeping score at home is, for reasons unknown, we don't have the slide deck to be shown here in the chambers, and I think that the folks that are assembled here might want to see what it is we're all looking at with our handouts. So we're going to take about 10 minutes. Well, we'll come back, I'll tell you what, we'll come back at 10:15, and hopefully we will have this rectified and we'll be able to take this item.
Thank
All right? All right, thank you. 10:20, 10:20, we'll come back at 10:20. Well, assuming this is not just a screensaver and we actually have our PowerPoint presentation ready, we'll go ahead and take up that 10:05 timed item. Crystal, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see if it's loading, I hope.
There we
Let's
go.
Okay. So just to provide you with a little background, I think most of you are aware that this project has been a work program led by Facilities Management, and so this effort and the outreach has been managed by Paul Breckenridge. And then as his team finalized the visioning for that, they engaged planning services to explore what land use entitlements would be needed to really implement this vision. And there are a number of land use entitlements that you see here on this slide. And so that's really why we are here today with Planning and Facilities Management to request your board consider these entitlements. So with that, Paul is going to assist with the presentation. He'll provide an overview of the plan, and then I will follow up with specifics on the proposed land use entitlements that are being requested by your board today. And I'll turn it over to Paul.
Thank you.
Thanks, Crystal. Chairman Euler, members of the board, very pleased to be here after 4 years of work on the project and all of the many hours and months of outreach and working with in-house staff, outside stakeholders, various components of the many components of this project to come together to, I think, a good vision for this campus for the next 20 years. I do want to just again mention Jack Patton, Williams and Patton, who's been instrumental in this effort, that he's here to answer questions, and again, Catherine Waugh with Dudek on the environmental side that's been instrumental as well with helping us through the CEQA process and is available for questions as it relates to any number of environmental issues as well. To start with just a little bit of background, so the 4 years we've been working on the project, it's taken a little bit longer than we thought, but I think the time invested was extremely important, and I think it really helped the process to get a little bit more mileage and perspective as we move through the process because of all the important issues associated with the project. I came on board with the county and started the project management in 2015, where we started the planning for the plan, and then moved through 16, where the board provided direction on Williams and Patton moving into the master planning position. And then for that first year, we spent visioning and assessments and spending the time we needed to figure out what the county needs for the next 20 years on the campus here. Draft strategic vision, preliminary planning in 2017, and the EIR project, or portion of the project, started at that point too. 18 was the DEIR process, and then getting into more detail as we moved into guidelines and development standards. And then this year, getting through the final EIR process and moving to unanimous approval or recommendation from North Auburn MAC, who we visited several times with the master plan, unanimous recommendation to the board from the Planning Commission, and then unanimous decision by the ALEC for its consistency review for the plan itself, and then today with direction from your board. So a little bit of background on your direction to the master planning team. We first came to you in 2015 to delineate the process. 16, you provided the direction on the planning team. And then in 17, that year later, we came back and showed, kind of demonstrated where we had landed with some preliminary draft campus planning, the concepts, visioning. 17 was more the figuring out, engaging CEDRA and planning to figure out how to actually pull this off with the entitlements that are in front of you today.
The EIR direction was provided, direction was provided by the board to work, to move into a programmatic review of the master plan, and then also look at an HHS facility and an affordable housing or multifamily workforce housing project at a project level review. So those are the three pieces that we engaged and put into the EIR process. And then 18 EIR reporting update on that, and then board gave us direction on moving ahead with an option to ground lease agreement as a result of an RFP process for Mercy Housing. So all the maps today will have, to kind of orient you, or the orientation for the map is north up, Bell Road to the north, Atwood to the south, and again, it's our 200 acres here in North Auburn is what our study area is. And we did look at consolidation, as the 93 plan had, is looking at how the master plan could take on the notion of consolidation from this site, from Fulweiler. So we looked at that too. So the project description, again, the long-term vision, and we do consider this an update of the 93 plan because there was a lot of information in there that we carried forward, transitioning from the older DeWitt buildings into newer buildings. I think one of the only components that didn't come out of the 93 plan that was the HHS facility. So that was part of that plan back then, and so we carried those ideas forward. And the notion of consolidation was there too. So those had been talked about then, and we thought those made good planning decisions or good planning direction for the update as well. Phased development of various land uses, again following through with the direction established by the Auburn-Bowman plan, community plan. Infrastructure planning, so as you know, we've got a lot of vintage World War II above and below ground systems that we're needing to upgrade over time too. So as new facilities come online, we're needing to look at those because we have and are experiencing problems with those systems as they feed into the campus and provide services to the facilities of the campus. And again, the three components, the programmatic analysis and then the two project level reviews is the project, kind of wrapping up the project description. So I just want to read that first quote there. Create a balanced campus which positions the Placer County Government Center to more efficiently provide services to the community, provide a vital and compelling work environment, and support the area's economic vitality. So that was our vision, that was our mission moving ahead, is to kind of address those things in the master plan. Consolidating county services, a supportive work environment for the 1,500 or so, and then into the future could be 1,800 plus employees that work at the government center. Building a strong campus identity. I think Williams and Patton provide a fantastic direction as it relates to that and coming up with an identity that we will be proud of moving into the future. Spaces where people interact, so that community component. We feel like we've kind of balanced the notion of private-public development and then a community element too that came forward in the Auburn-Bowman community plan and that we thought was important to add as a reserve space on the campus as the plan moves ahead. And the notion of a balanced community of complementary land uses. So balance, I think, is a big kind of element that we wanted to look at too, kind of balancing all the elements, how to look at housing and the need for housing, where do we want to go for the private development on the campus, and then the needs for the public side of things, for our needs on the campus as the county seat moving into the future. And sustainability, near and dear to me and my career and what I've done over the years, and that's a big part of the campus moving ahead. The master plan is just figuring out how to, as we implement projects, use less resources and save the taxpayers money through what we do through capital improvements. So again, the maps that we're going to be going through Bell Road to the north, Atwood to the south, Highway 49 to the east. And this is just an existing view now. So as we moved into the master plan, a lot of the development, the planning happens around kind of the Home Depot and the existing turn circle Willow. And then one of the concepts is just utilizing what we've got, kind of building upon what we've got. So we aren't rebuilding things where we don't need to, such as we've got Richardson is a fairly modern road improvement that we've built and paid for, and that was something we built around and utilized as an existing resource. The turn circle at Home Depot and that Home Depot project that was set down into the ground to allow views over top of that. That was a big planning decision at the time. And so we're utilizing that space beyond it to look out over that facility with the mixed-use elements that we're proposing. County Center Drive that pokes in from Bell Road, that was built and we're looking to expand upon, that becomes the address for several of the new buildings moving ahead. So, as I mentioned, we spent a year looking at existing conditions, and that included all of the existing DeWitt facilities, the existing World War II facilities that we've been working and utilizing over the years and transitioning out of. All the various departments and divisions that we talked to, employees that we talked to, figuring out what we need for the next 20 years. So a lot of the documentation has to do with kind of forecasting, and we feel like we've landed at a good spot as far as that forecasting for above and below ground systems. Then as we transition to the planning, working collaboratively with the master planning team, coming up with solutions that looked at obviously the anticipated land uses. We'll talk a little bit about that more here in a minute. Growth over time, concepts that drive the campus plan, and then that direction for circulation, the framework for buildings in those areas that they're placed on based on those needs and assessments. So the structure of the framework for the campus, and again, this is Bell and Outwood to the south. Home Depot was not included in the master planning process, that we didn't want to change any land use components there, so that remains as is with its current zoning and other things associated with it. So we kind of worked around that, moving into what we're calling the thematic planning areas that we kind of used as our framework moving ahead. So if I talked a little bit about County Center Drive. That became kind of a driving element moving into the campus with its delineation as a gateway to the campus from Bell Road. So the kind of the government services area kind of is expanded and kind of remains on that westerly side of the campus. We've expanded the open space area over here with the pond and the oak tree preserve that's on that side of the campus. We have some cultural resources over there that we're continuing to preserve. The westerly part of the campus becomes a multifamily residential area. We have a small area here that we see as a potential for possible multifamily housing into the future. The heart of the campus becomes kind of a community open space and possibly a community center that came out of the multi-generational feasibility study. So that was an element that did come out of that process. This area became mixed use. So it became kind of first floor, division became first floor retail with second, third floor residential. The gold area is here. This area here is the Mercy site, which again, as you know, is moving ahead potentially. And then this became multifamily housing. So this, the easterly part of the campus, wrapping around that existing turn circle, becomes mixed use and residential, and those are the things that kind of rose to the top of our assessment as we went through that assessment process early on. The corporation yard remains kind of in current location, and we use facilities in that area moving ahead. So the proposed campus plan, so you've seen this in the past. It's changed slightly over the last year or so, but again, County Center Drive as the gateway on Bell Road, with the consolidation potentially of the uses of Fulweiler to that northerly part of the campus. We do have an area in this location that is the existing DeWitt Chapel and 4 of the hospital ward wings that we're looking to preserve as a DeWitt heritage area that we're looking to celebrate the heritage that is at DeWitt. The heart of the campus, again, is that community reserve space. We aren't sure exactly what that wants to be or look like over time, but at this point we analyzed it as potentially an event community center for meeting and other spaces if and when the resources become available for that. But the idea is to we reserved it, we set it aside, and potentially in the future could be used for that. HHS is located here. That's, again, the project level review that we've addressed. And then again, the multifamily housing site is in this location. That is, again, the other project level review. So zooming in, a little bit clearer view of that with campus or County Center Drive coming into the campus. You can see we've got turn circles as kind of our major ordering or transportation element from the street pattern perspective. So again, the goldenrod is looked at as more housing, potentially hotel. You know, we're going to let the development community, the private side of the campus, kind of drive that as it develops over time. So we've zoned this as we're thinking that the vision wants to lay out, but it's open for interpretation. There are things that, based on the zoning, that we've allowed for a lot of flexibility on that side of the campus. Development standards. So these become kind of more of the codified elements of what we have in the documentation as projects come in the door. So, based on these, both on the development standards and the guidelines, we've got our first project potentially that may be the multifamily workforce housing project that may come out of this effort, may use these standards and guidelines for what we review for that particular project. So as the standards become more of the codified heights, setbacks, those types of things within the zoning, if you will, the development guidelines become more at the look and feel. So keeping kind of the brick and metals and other things that we do have with our existing structures here on campus, carrying forward that aesthetic that we've established here with our other capital improvements. And again, the infrastructure, it's a big piece of the puzzle for our master planning and implementation. So you can see on the list there, roadways, roundabouts, intersections, all the systems that we need to look at that are needing upgrading on some parts of the campus. Other parts not so much, but say for HHS that there will be significant upgrading for water, sewer, and other things for that potential facility. Walkways, bike lanes, from an employee perspective, as we did our surveying, our sidewalks and our ability to walk on campus became a very hot topic. That kind of rose to the level of the biggest need from the employee perspective, along with security. So that was, we took that to heart and incorporated, we feel, a very significant element, walkway element in the campus. And then working with Will Garner and his folks with public transportation, coming up with what would be kind of the vision for how public transportation is used, including on the planning side, trying to reduce or reducing parking requirements so that as we have a campus that has lots of parking available in the evenings and weekends, as you know, that some spillover can occur, say, from the private side of the campus into those areas. So I think we've covered a lot of ground with elements that make sense and creating, I think, a good balance for the various elements on what we see as needs, both on the public and the private side. And then lastly, just wanted to touch on potential implementation. So we've got kind of a 20-year look, and so as we look to roll out or kind of carry out the individual projects, this is just one of many ideas on how it could start to be rolled out, including the multifamily on this side of the campus becomes kind of is a tier 1 project. Same with the HHS potentially could be a tier 1 project. So those colors represent kind of that 20-year look in the infrastructure and potential improvements on the campus moving ahead. So with that.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So I'm just going to walk you through the entitlements that are being requested in order to implement this vision. First, I did want to point out, as Paul mentioned, an EIR was prepared for the master plan update, and so one item for your board's consideration is certification of that EIR for the master plan update. And then we are also asking for adoption of the master plan itself with the development standards and design guidelines. There are there is a proposed amendment to the Placer County General Plan, and that would be simply to recognize the master plan. So it would establish that master plan land use designation. It would be included in 2 tables and 2 figures that are included in your staff report package. You can see that. And then in addition, we are asking for an amendment to the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan. This would be to amend the land use designation for the site, and I have a slide here in a minute that I will walk through. And then the second piece of the amendment to the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan would be to replace and supersede all references to the DeWitt Center within the community plan and replace it with references to the Government Center Master Plan update. I will point out there are a number of places in the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan that reference DeWitt, so we felt we needed to make this change to recognize the Government Center Master Plan in its place. And then two zoning changes. One is to amend the Placer County Zoning Code Section 1752-135 related to Town Center Overlay District, which would allow that to be applied to an area plan, master plan, or specific plan. So that overlay district exists right now in our zoning code, and what this would do would be to allow that tool, that district, to be applied to the master plan campus. And the intent there is that it would establish, through that tool, the town center, we could establish development standards specific to the campus. And then in addition, we are requesting a rezone for portions of the master plan campus site. And I'm gonna show you a diagram on that here in a minute. Here is the land use map, the proposed land use designation for the site that is being requested for the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan, and the designation would be simply Placer County Government Center Master Plan. And so what that does is it alerts the public and future folks that would come in, project applicants and planners, to look to the master plan for development standards. And then for the zoning, this is a copy of the proposed zoning for the site. There's not a lot of changes in the zoning, it's more shifting of the boundaries. The biggest change that you will see in the zoning is the overlay of the town center, which is this area here. Again, that town center overlay district exists in our zoning code, and so we are requesting to put it on a portion of the master plan site. And again, it allows us to establish specific development standards for the site, and Paul kind of talked about that already. I also want to point out that on a large portion of the site, you'll see this AO, which is airport overflight. You'll also see DC, which requires design review for projects as they come forward on the campus. In the airport overflight overlay district, alerts planners and members of the public that we are required to do a consistency determination with the airport land use compatibility plan. So that is an important designation to note, and I kind of wanted to talk a little bit more about that here and walk you through the Auburn Airport Land Use Compatibility Map. So this is, the site is located within the Auburn Airport Influence Area, and so as part of this project, we did do a consistency review. We are required to do that with that AO designation. And then also I'll point out that any changes to the general plan or zoning, the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan, we are required to go before the Airport Land Use Commission with those proposed land use entitlements. And so this just shows where the project is related to that compatibility map, and you can see the project site right here. So there are two different zones that fall within the campus. And here is the campus plan with those zones overlaid. So you can see the majority of the campus is in what's considered Zone D. And then a small portion of the campus is in what's considered Zone C2. C2 is a little bit more restrictive because it's a little closer to the airport. So this multifamily housing piece that Paul talked about is located within C2. And then again, the remainder is within D. And then here is the zoning map with that overlay. And I wanted to point out, we did go before the Airport Land Use Commission. And I wanted to point out the heights that are proposed as part of this plan. We don't have any height limits that go above 50 feet. Within the C2 district and the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, you can go as high as 70, and within D, you can go as high as 150. So we don't have anything proposed to go that high, and the standards would set the limit at 50. I do want to point out, too, one thing that we looked at when we did our consistency review is the height at sea level, so the elevations above sea level. And for the airport, it's 1,686 feet was our check. The height of the Placer County Government Center campus is 1,440. So if you applied the 50 feet, you're not getting anywhere near that limit of the airport. So with that, I just point out that we did go before, again, we went before the commission. It was March 27th for a consistency review and determination. And at that meeting, their commission voted 9-0 to find that the master plan and related land use entitlements were consistent with the Auburn Municipal Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. And then, as Paul mentioned, we also went before the North Auburn Municipal Advisory Council. That was on March 12th for consideration of the land use entitlements, and they voted 5-0 in support of the plan and the related entitlements and recommended that to the commission and to your board. So with that, finally, we also went before the Placer County Planning Commission on March 14th, and they voted 5-0 in support. We had 2 commission members absent that day. And so with that, we forward the Planning Commission's March 14th recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for approval and requests that your board take tentative action on the following. I'm not going to read them verbatim, but I will touch on them here. Adopt a resolution certifying the Placer County Government Center Master Plan Update Final Environmental Impact Report prepared for the project. Adopt a resolution amending the Placer County General Plan to recognize the master plan update. Adopt a resolution amending the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan to replace and supersede those references to DeWitt, as I had mentioned, and to redesignate the land use map. Adopt a resolution approving the master plan update itself. Adopt a resolution approving the master plan update design guidelines. Adopt an ordinance rezoning portions of the Government Center Master Plan campus, as I had noted. Adopt an ordinance amending the text within the Placer County Code, Section 1752-153, as it relates to town centers. And finally, adopt an ordinance to approve the Placer County Government Center Master Plan development standards. So those are, we're proposing those to be an ordinance. And then finally, we request your board continue this matter to April 23rd, 2019 for final action and adoption of the county's first 2019 general plan amendment round. And so with that, we'd be happy to answer questions. And of course, we've got our consultants here to answer questions.
Okay, one quick question of council. Procedurally, the staff recommendation contained in our board packet, beginning on page 33 of our board packet, with recommendation A1, then going all the way through page 35, is substantially more detailed than what is recommended on these slides and in our handout. Does what is contained on these slides and in our handout suffice as far as meeting what it is we need to read into the record, or are we going to be slogging through 2 pages worth of motions here?
Well, I would suggest a compromise. You
Okay.
could use the above recommendations and just mention that this is supported by the findings
Okay.
that are contained in the staff report.
Okay.
Or you could refer to this and basically do the same and just mention that there are additional statements made.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And then we will begin with questions of staff in terms of the presentation. And so begin with Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Crystal. I have several questions, so bear with me. My first question is in regards, there was a letter from Ramona Brockman about the EIR and the theater area and the CEQA issue. So I want to have somebody address whether or not CEQA has been addressed with the theater issue.
Okay. Yes, it has. But I'm going to invite Catherine Waugh with DUDEC up here to speak to those impacts.
Good morning, Chairman Euler and Board of Supervisors. So as Crystal said, my name's Catherine Waugh. I'm a senior project manager with DUDEC, and we managed preparation of the EIR. So we did look at the master plan and all of the buildings that were proposed to be demolished within the boundaries of the DeWitt Historic District. And so the EIR identifies all of the buildings that are proposed for demolition, provides the context as to how the historic district was delineated and what the significance is of the historic district, and then addresses opportunities for mitigation and project alternatives that could help avoid some of those, some of the loss of the historic resources.
Okay, so CEQA was addressed. And then a couple of questions about the swimming pool and the theater and just the conditions of those. There are folks who want those uses continued, and I understand probably cost a lot to keep them, to get them to a place where they'd be usable, but if you could address that, that would be great.
Sure, yeah, I can talk to condition, and I would say that, you know, to start with, that the existing pool is currently filled with dirt. We did find facilities, Department of Public Works did find it was becoming a nuisance, and so the, you know, that component, the pool actually itself has been filled in with dirt to kind of preserve it in place. But the conditions of both the facilities and the pool and the systems to feed the pool are in pretty poor condition. And I would say the facility that was the courthouse, the fitness facility, the fitness club next door, is one of the worst as far as condition. The facilities, our facilities on campus here. So as far as getting to a place where, you know, if there's an opportunity to reuse them, I guess in my opinion, it would be more of a significant, considerable cost to rehabilitate what we've got, and probably leaning more toward needing to be replaced with new systems to accommodate what would be code compliancy for both the pool itself and for facilities, lockers, changing, those types of spaces that would have to accommodate the pool facility itself.
Okay, and then the theater?
The theater, you know, we did go back, as far as condition, we did go back, I think in 2014, we did an assessment of that facility, and we found significant issues with, other than structural, we did go in and we actually did some x-raying and some other things to see if it did have structural steel associated with the walls, which most of our DeWitt buildings are unreinforced masonry on campus. This one does have some reinforcement. So structurally, it's not current code compliant for structural consistency, but it's not in the same shape as some of the other buildings are in. But from electrical, accessibility, restrooms, any number of other things that we found that there was and we put a number to it, that we needed about $300,000 to $500,000, maybe more if you look at non-construction costs, to bring it up to a place where it could be usable, if you can get over the size of the facility, because the programmatic needs of the facility for a theater are pretty limiting. So the seats are, you know, the auditorium itself is one thing. Back of house is pretty small. The stage is pretty small. The restrooms, we were looking at the time of needing to build a new restroom building to go with it, just because the footprint for the existing restrooms does not allow for current code compliant size and shape for, say, the number that you would need for an audience, the size that the theater could handle. So that would need to be constructed as part of that effort to be code compliant.
Great, thank you. Let's see, the area where the chapel is and the 4 hospital existing wings, is there something in those wings right now?
There are some uses in those wings currently. It's more, I think it's mostly HHS that's in there. We do have a tenant at the chapel facility, so that is being used currently. So yeah, there's some of it's vacant, but some of it is, I'd say it's 25% being used right now.
So would the plan be to keep those hospital wings and upgrade them, utilize them in the future, correct?
Potentially, and that was kind of the vision of the master plan, is that here's an opportunity to kind of potentially celebrate, if need be, that those buildings are in decent shape, that we have been utilizing those. The clinics just moved out of there within the last few years, so that they were being used for that purpose. So we felt that was an opportunity to you know, present that as a historic, or not a historic, but a heritage district.
Okay, and I heard from folks who that DeWitt name has been there since, right, the 40s, that I think it would be great in some way that we keep the DeWitt name. Maybe it's the DeWitt Historical Center or area, but those buildings might be nice to still have some reference to DeWitt on that campus.
Absolutely.
Sharing that.
Absolutely.
And then just clarification, the area that's zoned for a hotel, that's also mixed-use zoning, correct? So it could be used for something else if there was not an interest by private enterprises to build
Correct.
a hotel at some
Yes.
point. Okay. That's it for now. Maybe more to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Weigand, any questions? Okay, I have a couple. Paul, if you wouldn't mind going back a little ways, see, you have two slides I want to look at. One is the timeline slide. And then, actually, yeah, I think you passed it. I think you shot right, you rocketed right past it. Let's stop there, actually, first. So my question, we've identified specific uses by virtue of the little color codes. The adequacy of the environmental document, I guess question for council. We, of course, are in the beginning stages of engaging the private sector to see if there might be an interest amongst the development community to partner with us on the government center and developing it out. It's always been my thought that we should be responsive to what the market tells us in terms of where certain buildings are best situated to maximize the value to the county and to the taxpayers respectively. What flexibility underlies, from an environmental review standpoint, underlies the ability to, if, say, where we've identified our mixed use, somebody said, you know, that might be better as pure commercial or pure residential, but we could move the mixed use somewhere else. What flexibility from our environmental document standpoint do we have for that?
Quite a bit. What you have right now is a program slash project level EIR. It's a programmatic for everything but the multifamily and the HHS building. Those were analyzed at the project level. The beauty of CEQA with a programmatic level EIR is it assumes and it analyzes all the potential significant impacts in the environment based on the land plan as proposed. But it also allows future projects to tier off of that analysis. Some may require additional CEQA analysis. Some may fall under an addendum. But what this does is it establishes a baseline of environmental review from which projects coming in will tier off and will be analyzed on their own merits.
So if we're looking at something more along the lines of simply rearranging as opposed to wholesale changes to the land use and therefore the land use intensity, then it's more likely that less environmental review is required as opposed to more.
Correct, and especially if the switching around doesn't involve switching into a different zone, where you might end up with a discretionary project on its own.
Okay. And then the timeline slide as well, it was, keep going, nope, you're going the wrong way, I think. Yep, you need to be going forward. No, not that one. You actually had a build-out slide. No, yep, there it is. There it is. Again, this is something that the county isn't bound to in any way, shape, or form. If the private sector came in and said, that area that you've identified as Tier 3, we actually think that area makes more sense to move forward first, we have that flexibility.
Absolutely. So this is just a snapshot, just kind of what we were forecasting as a team that made more sense. Really, that, you know, with the idea that the multifamily workforce housing project and HHS, we're kind of looking at, you know, being that first tier. The others are kind of wide open.
Well, and of course, right now,
Right.
we have to make the assumptions based on solely our own resources as opposed to partnership with the private sector where they can come in with private resources and perhaps kickstart this thing a little bit for us in that regard. Okay, those are the only questions that I had at this time. Seeing no other questions from my colleagues, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing to folks who want to comment on this prior to the board possibly taking action today. Understanding that we are taking tentative action, You may be aware we're limited to the number of general plan amendment hearings we can actually conduct in 1 year. State law allows only 4. We can have multiple general plan amendments across community and general plans, but we are limited to 4. And so our action today, tentatively, should we choose to move forward with adopting this, will set us up to take final action in an actual general plan hearing that we will be conducting on the 22nd? 23rd. Thank you very much. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Anybody wants to address the board, please step forward, identify yourself, and try to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Okay.
If you would like to get in the line, that'd be fantastic. Sure. Go right ahead. Okay.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Charlene Daniels, and I'm a resident of North Auburn. Again, we believe the county has taken several positive steps with the master plan. Just like to point out some ideas from the market study. One is that the high cost of the new construction could be a barrier. Demand generators will help with the private sector development, and the site lends itself to a niche market. With a 20-year plan, there is ample opportunity for adaptive reviews of many of the buildings until new buildings are constructed. The key for the success of the plan is to bring back ongoing activities so that it attracts the niche market. For instance, the auditorium could be used as an interim event center until there is adequate funding to develop the community center. Previously, DeWitt had many demand generators that helped create a real community. I came here in '82, and I knew I found my community because I worked here. I worked in an old barrack. That was cool. I went to the gym. I could escape the summer heat by using the pool. In the evening, I could listen to music at 3 different venues. My dad used the senior center. He could walk from a nearby facility. He made friends. Co-workers could drop their kids off at daycare. And at the theater, I listened to the travel series and watched plays. We are simply trying to figure out how to recreate the strong sense of community and preserve what is important. Because for the last several years, it feels dead there. We get it. The board wants new retail construction, but it seems that new development and restoration of some old buildings can go hand in hand. It can work. The new and old can help bring back life. People will want to come back here again. The facility conditions report shows that most of the buildings are relatively good condition with the exception of lighting and plumbing, which seem to be bad. But these are the very items that are brought up to code when a building is stored. One of the benefits of being in a historic district is that there's a lot of financial resources and different codes that can apply to the buildings. And Ramona will talk about that in more detail, but that seems to be the major thing missing from this plan update are those resources. I want to talk about the EIR. We believe the county is taking a somewhat unusual approach by combining a project and program EIR. There's very few details on these projects. This lack of detail is somewhat inconsistent with CEQA because you really need to know the project in order to analyze it in detail. We believe this sets a bad precedent because when was the last time the board approved a project when you didn't even know what it really looked like? The concern here is there be no public oversight in the review of these projects. The Design Site Review Committee does not hold public hearings. How can the public be involved or be able to appeal when there's no hearing, no notice? Public involvement is important as these projects are on public property and public monies are being involved. Question, will the county start requiring public hearings for the design site review or at least for these projects? And I'm summarizing. The board is being asked to adopt a 20-plus year plan for the Placer County Government Center. This is public land. The board has a special opportunity to reestablish what was once a unique and special community and still satisfy the objectives of the plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Placer County Supervisors. My name is Ramona Brockman. And I've been involved through this project, starting with the draft master plan, the NOP, the EIR process. I have particular interest in the project, not just because I'm a resident of Placer County, but because I have a background in architecture, planning, and I work for the National Park Service in historic preservation. My email comments you've received, and they're pretty detailed, but I just wanted to focus more today on the economic potential and benefits of historic preservation. You know, there's too much misconception that these buildings are too old and that they don't have any economic value. which is not true. Attached to my comments, I've attached slides from Office of Historic Preservation that provide a good overview and data and statistics demonstrating how historic preservation projects provide economic and social benefits to the community. For instance, data from California and other states show that historic preservation projects create more and higher paying jobs and new construction, and that return on investment can be as much as $26 to 1. Furthermore, historic preservation projects create unique places that locals and tourists alike visit. More people visit historic places than go to amusement parks, the beach, or the casinos. Also, people who visit historic places stay longer, visit more places, and spend more money per day than other tourists. Considering these economic benefits and that there is a hotel proposed at the site, the market study should have analyzed the economic benefits and potential of preserving historic DeWitt buildings. As Charlene mentioned, there are resources available that were not addressed in the economic study or in the candidate funding sources where historic federal tax credits were not stated in that, and historic building codes were added to the EIR. And the reality is that those historic building codes allow for flexibility, and it doesn't have to meet universal building code requirements. There's negotiation room for these historic structures to be brought to code and repaired. In addition, I think Paul mentioned that there was a facilities report that was done. It was done in, one was done in 2013 by Leonakis, and it showed that repairs to the buildings ranged from $200,000 to $300,000 versus $1 to $2 million in replacement costs. So I think the market study showed that one of the biggest hurdles to this project is the new construction. So I think the EIR and the master plan should consider being adjusted to allow for more historic preservation projects and opportunities rather than identifying the demolition of 35 buildings at such a premature time. Let's see. So, sorry, I guess I'm done. So I would just encourage you to leverage the uniqueness of the DeWitt Center in its marketability and keep more of the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Annette Tomlin. Exciting to hear that Tier 1 would involve possibly 485 multifamily dwellings. I would like to speak about more affordable housing within the PCGC master plan. I believe we need to use this opportunity to take advantage of the county-owned land to build. I understand the builders feel it, doesn't pencil out and it cuts into profit margins, but this opportunity should not be passed up. Taking the cost out of the equation does equal more housing. There are public comments that were received in response to the notice of preparation in regard to residential opportunities within the project site. There are comments that recommend increased residential densities to cover the needs of affordable housing and workforce housing. Concerns about how the project would contribute to or impair attainment of the RHNA show a recommendation that between 10% to 20% of the project site should be used for housing. Allow me once again to use Roseville as an example of workforce housing. Their inclusionary policy equaling 2,800 plus units. While to date, Placer County fee and lieu policy equals 0 units to date. I understand the astronomical cost of building and special district fees, but at the same time, the need to take this opportunity, to take the cost out of the equation and make use of the available county land, it just shouldn't be passed up. Let's support the developers to do what they do best, and that's build houses. It's already been published that the numbers for homelessness have risen from last year. Let's make affordable housing a reality for families and individuals of Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Good morning. My name is Ray Thompson. I'm a resident here of the city of Auburn. Been a proponent of preserving historical aspects of the DeWitt Center out there since the Costco idea was thrown around. I'm representing the Native Sons of the Golden West. Who are we? We're a historical group founded on the preservation and restoration of California history. Some of our renowned saves are Coloma, Sutter's Fort, the Donner Memorial Museum up at Donner Lake. Had it not been instrumental actions by the Native Sons of the Golden West, those particular items may not exist today. They were at one time considered old and run down, unusable. Sutter's Fort, if you saw the early pictures of the 1900s, was virtually ready to fall down. It was a mud hut. Native Sons thought there was a purpose for keeping it, and what we have today. So now the Native Sons are supporting something here locally, that being the preservation of historical segments of the DeWitt, the old Army DeWitt Hospital site. The chapel, yes, that would be part of our request. A couple of the barracks there attached to the chapel, that too would be part of our request. The theater, with a couple of the barracks attached to that, would be our request. And the strip of land between those two buildings would make a wonderful little spot of historical significance of a three-dimensional design. A few years back, you created the DeWitt Museum. You put it over on the side property over there, and thank you, Ralph Gibson, for putting that together and you guys supporting it. That building could be picked up, put down right between the two of them. Now you will have created a real strip of historical significance and a strip of what could be considered arts and entertainment. You're going to build this property out with multiple mixed uses: family, retail, entertainment, recreation. That's part of it. Provide entertainment for those people. The economics of it, sometimes when it comes to historical preservation, the economics, you can throw those out the window. As a taxpayer, I find it okay to spend taxpayer resources to preserve historically significant items. I don't have a problem with that. Sometimes staff recommends, that's a good word we use a lot, the recommendations of staff, yes, they put lots of hours, lots of time, lots of paperwork. But sometimes staff maybe doesn't support or represent the citizenry. I would like you to make sure you make that decision, so part of it based on those of us out here who see things in a different light. I had a quick question. Somebody asked me, how many of these other hospital sites exist throughout the country that were built back then? I don't know, maybe none. We might be the only one. Before we can restore any of this property out there, before you can address the issues of costs of restoration or the use, you have to preserve the property first. Then let the nonprofits, the citizenry, show you how these buildings can be put together and shown to be a viably economic entity in that campus out there. With me tonight, Dave Allen. I'd like to have him speak on the Historical Preservation Fund. That's a nonprofit funded by the Native Sons. It provides funding for various historically significant items. So the sources of income out there to put this stuff together do exist. Preserve, then we can figure out how to restore it. You tear it down, and it's gone forever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name's Kathleen. I live in North Auburn. I have lived in Placer County for over 50 years and right here in Auburn for 35. I'm asking you to make an amendment to the 20-year plan and remove all mention of the 485 residential units. The BOS vision is to create a balanced campus to efficiently provide services to the community, to provide a vital and compelling work environment, and to support the area's economic vitality. I do not see the 20-year plan accomplishing this vision. New state-of-the-art county buildings is what's needed in the county center. I was thrilled to hear a crime lab was a possibility. That's great. Bring some respect and intelligence to Auburn. Leaving some open space to add buildings later is good. A hotel is not needed in this area. Not sure if the jail, the homeless shelter, or the county equipment yard is going to be the draw for visitors. But with the passing of SB 1152, the new hospital discharge policy, if a homeless needs medical care when being discharged, and if no family can be reached and the shelters are full, the hospital must provide housing and a meal. This will become a voucher hotel. Please don't do this to our community. The county's low-income affordable housing cannot be cured by cramming 485 units in this small area. Placer County is huge. There is land around Newcastle, Loomis, and Penryn. Spread the apartments and the housing out. Auburn does not have the jobs to support this increase. Contractors currently seeking bids have been told the 75 units are transitional living. Those can be built anywhere. The tenants may not be happy that they're not living near a liquor store, but they can manage. Build in Penryn, give bus passes, let people live nearer to Roseville where they can get jobs and truly support and better themselves. You are creating another Bell Gardens. As a society, we should learn from history, not repeat it. Most all the findings in the ERA report are summed up by less than significant, like the traffic the 485 family units will create. But that is until traffic gets to 49, then it's unavoidable. Now it's Caltrans' problem. Well, it is avoidable. Don't build 485 units. The number one reason I'm here today is our future. Children are our future. Our schools are full. Rock Creek has added as many portable buildings as they can. Auburnell was great until the developers wanted to make money. Planning department drew out hundreds of homes, BOS approved it, and now Auburnell is full. Kids don't stay 10 forever. They move up to middle school. Has another middle school been built? High school? Placer High School has nowhere to go. Please don't kick the can down the road and say, oh, there'll be schools by then. There won't be. 485 units with a minimum of 2 children, we're looking at almost 1,000 students, which in reality, there'll be more like 3 to 4 per family, equaling nearly 2,000 new students. Build where there's room for growth. Auburn schools are full.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eleanor Patesky. I live in Newcastle, Placer County citizen. And first of all, I want to thank the Planning Department and the project that has moved forward from a few years back where there were premature evictions of a lot of businesses and organizations, and the potential of scraping historical sites and Costco. So that is, we've come a long ways. This is great, but I do have a few concerns. DeWitt is a heritage site, and I feel it should retain its name. People, tourists are drawn by historical sites, art, theater, recreation. It could be tied together with other such sites in the surrounding areas to attract visitors to the whole of Placer County up this way. I've been following this project since the beginning, and per the military historian, the DeWitt Theater was built as a permanent structure and is in good condition. So my feeling is let's repurpose the building as a theater. 2 out of the 3 proposed plans retain the theater, and I think a hybrid plan from Plan 1, the preferred plan, and Plan 2 should be created to include the saving the DeWitt Theater. In your presentations and development of the proposed plans, the Planning Department, the county has consistently talked about a balanced campus, creating culture, recreation, housing, and business opportunities. The pool and gym are recreation, the theater is cultural. I feel adapt and revise doesn't seem to be a big priority with the historical buildings at this point in time. I think it should be. This property belongs to the people of Placer County and should be developed in such a way that it enhances the lives and the work experience of the county staff. It should be a go-to place for residents and tourists, a place to love and enjoy. This is an amazing piece of property and a great opportunity Don't sell it short. Plan for the future 20 years with a little bit more imagination. And I'd also like to encourage public response for a lot of things is the public is given kind of short notice on things. And we had, in December, we learned that the EIR was going to be presented to the Planning Commission. That was like mid-December. This was going to happen in, in January, early part of January. And what's happening in December? Christmas, New Year's, family gatherings, people are taking off and going out of town. It's a really hard time to respond to things like this. So I'd like to see the county be a little bit more creative in providing more time for people like us to respond to what's happening. And I certainly think we should be kept in the loop as every piece of this project unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's David Allen. I'm a past Grand President of the Native Sons of the Golden West, and I'm a current chairman of our State Historical Preservation Foundation. Obviously, history is near and dear to many of us, and what we have noticed in many of these areas, these things kind of disappear. And we think that is a major mistake. We have seen this happen over and over again. You only have to look into our own community to see these things that have happened. I see it statewide. If it's old, tear it down. There's a lot of opportunity in these existing buildings to repurpose, restructure, and bring them back to life and to make them the community centers that they used to be. Our first two speakers, I thought, nailed it entirely when they described the circumstances involved in this. So I would say the Native Sons are on record of supporting preserving and reusing these things and making more of a cultural community interest. One of the members of our organization said to me one day, and it's pretty simple, but it's very profound. He said, you know, when this is gone, it's gone. So if you think about it, when these things are gone, they're gone. If we don't learn from history, we seem to repeat it. And apparently, we are trying to not learn from history here in this particular situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Michael Otten. I'm a past president of the Placer County Historical Society, and I'm a regional vice president for the Conference of California Historical Societies. The house that my father built here in Auburn is still standing, and the house my grandfather built in Roseville is still standing, and they're both older than the DeWitt Center, which was the #1 employer in Placer County from the 40s to the 70s. And I would encourage you to preserve as much of it as you can, the historical portions, particularly the theater, which has, thanks to Martin Rivera, has national historic significance. But most importantly, I would urge you to delay a decision on any of this until you have a full house, a full board to consider it, and you make your decision that you'll be starting working on this afternoon, and delay any decision until you have full consideration of particularly the people that represent that district. And I'll conclude my comments with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, board. How are y'all? My name is Dusty Byers. I was born here in Auburn, went through school in Auburn, left only for 4 years to defend the country, and now I'm back. And I've seen kind of the path that DeWitt's taken, not the very best path. Let you guys know, since the changes have been made last week, we had a prowler going through our neighbor's yard. He approached our yard. Thankfully, PCSO came and responded really quick. But to find out an hour beforehand, he was staring at the neighbor's daughters. Turns out that gentleman is a registered felon, registered sex offender, and has came down for the homeless shelter from Crescent City. So keep in mind what we're kind of bringing into the community here. Mr. Chairman, I want a little clarification. Is this in District 3 or District 5 now? I know it's kind of changed recently.
I think the district line is Bell Road that separates District 3 and 5 right there, so it would be almost entirely in District 3, I believe.
Yeah, and I see that our representative is absent today.
He is.
And I know we have a vacant chair. And just to kind of caveat what that last gentleman mentioned, I've seen a couple items tabled already this morning. And with an item of this magnitude, why are we not tabling this? I know wheels have already been put in motion. I know this is kind of just a formality. I know we have a hearing coming up on the 23rd. But I really think that it's an atrocity that we're continuing to entertain this item while we don't have full seats, including our representative, which is kind of concerning that he's not here for this, because I know how big it is. So yeah, I'm curious, why are we not tabling this item? Why are we continuing to entertain it today?
I didn't have a request to do so.
Can I make a request, sir?
The requests regarding the agenda have to come from board members.
All right, I'd like to ask our representative board member, but he's absent. The closest representative is an open chair. So I don't know, I think kind of by default, we should look into tabling this. And if any of you all are actually decent representatives of the areas, I think you would agree with me. If this has happened in your community, I think you'd want the same thing. So let's kind of entertain that. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Renee Berg. I live here in the city of Auburn. I have been involved in preserving the historical building since 2014. Celebrating the history of the area was mentioned by your staff as an objective of this project. The few buildings that the proposed plan identifies as the DeWitt Heritage Area does not equate to celebrating the history of the area. The public is very interested in preserving the theater and other buildings that were actually placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2016. We posted our petition to save the historical DeWitt Theater and other historical buildings on Friday morning. Within the first 4 days, we have already reached 475 signatures, and it's still going. And I also want to note that there were 1,989 signatures on the first petition when the issue of demolishing these buildings first came up 5 years ago. And here's a printout of how many signatures and what the petition was, if I can hand that in. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Delana Rude. I live on Kramer Road, Auburn. My family's lived in the Auburn area for over 100 years, and that far exceeds when the DeWitt facility first came into service. I might tell you that once it became an Army hospital, it was built in 9 months in 1943. My grandparents had a dairy here in Auburn, and they had the contract that filled the dairy products to the Army hospital. In addition to that, my mother's youngest sister, who is still alive, she'll be 97 in May, became the director of civilian personnel for the hospital. They had over 700 civilian employees, and for a community of that time was about 4,000 people, it was a real stretch to find 700 civilians to work in that facility. They recruited people from Nevada County and El Dorado County, as well as Placer County. DeWitt has had a huge impact on this community over the years, not just when it was the Army hospital, but also once it became the mental hospital. When it was closed in 1972, it had a payroll of $5 million a month. And I remember at that time, actually I was away at grad school, but I got the local paper. The city fathers were scared to death what was going to happen with the community because of losing that $5 million payroll. Some of you may remember that. In looking at comments that have been made. I certainly concur with virtually everyone who has come before you this morning. And one thing that I would like to add to it has to do with the recreational capabilities of the facility. I've been going to a lot of meetings, MAC meetings, Planning Commission meetings, God only knows, too many meetings, having to do with the Hidden Falls expansion. And they did a huge survey a couple of years ago. And in doing their survey, the reply from over 2,000 people indicated that what the number 3 item that they wanted was aquatic centers. And so here we have the first Olympic-sized swimming pool filled with dirt. We have a gymnasium that has been let go into disrepair. I think it's all been done on purpose. I think it's a tragedy. And I would also concur that since 2 people are not here to vote on this item, this takes a full house. This is too big and an important issue to have 3 of you make the decision. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Veronica Blake with Placer Community Foundation. First, I want to acknowledge Paul Breckenridge and the staff and team at the county who have really just done an excellent job of hearing our cry for affordable housing and considering that in the process. The project has identified quite a bit of surplus land that's not needed for government purposes, and it's a huge opportunity to make some progress towards the RENA goals for affordable housing. The site's ideal because it's close to employment centers, schools, transit, shopping, and services, but multifamily doesn't necessarily mean affordable. And there are 485 multifamily units that are designated in the plan, and we'd like to see 400 of those to be designated as affordable so that we can show some progress towards the deficit. There's a 3,000 unit deficit in affordable housing on the RENA goals right now. Page 51 of the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan references the need to replace Bell Gardens by making land available and also assisting with the construction of those units. 92 units were torn down, and that means that the 79 unit plan still shows 13 units short, so we'd like to see those somewhere. And lastly, we need to keep in mind the jobs housing balance. So 12 years ago, the county commissioned a study that showed that one of the key challenges for economic growth in the government center area was a lack of workforce housing. And since this is an area where there's a major employment hub of lower wage jobs, it just makes a lot of sense to have more affordable workforce housing in this location because it's both pedestrian and environmentally friendly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary McDonald, Executive Director of Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center. I also live in Lincoln. My stepdaughter, whom I love as my own daughter, served in the military, and upon her discharge, she was diagnosed with PTSD. Later, she was diagnosed with bipolar I disease. For years, she has been homeless because she hung out with the wrong people and did not stay on her medication. She became addicted to heroin and other drugs. She entered the VA. It took some time to get her into the VA. But she did, for a while, she was clean, and they were able to find her a place with affordable housing for her. On the street, she was beaten and she was raped. Military, people that serve in the military and the people who have diseases that are treatable deserve to be housed. My daughter is now in affordable housing, and these things are not happening to her. I would ask that you consider increasing the amount of affordable housing to help the other military people that have served, that are struggling and that are living on the street, and other people that have diagnosable and treatable mental illness. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Feldman. I'm a resident of Meadow Vista since 1975, and I've been involved in a lot of community efforts. I would like to tell you thank you, that the effort to come up with a comprehensive plan is a great one. It's a wonderful start, and I'm just here to ask you to preserve the historic buildings that are there, simply because the theater, the chapel, and the museum, which has been set up in the old Keeper's House, and some other buildings might be appropriate. We live in an unusual county. We have wealth, we have health, and we have volunteerism. We have the absolute heritage of the courthouse in Old Town Auburn, which the public raised funds to restore. The State Theater, which the Auburn public and the communities around raised money to restore. I believe that if you leave this up to the public, we will restore the theater, we will restore whatever's necessary, and we promise to do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mike Garabedian for a Placer Group of the Sierra Club. Our focus here is on the decision last week of the Airport Land Use Commission and on similar decisions we feel are inadequate in addressing the discretion you have for the safety, public safety, and for future of continuing to have our county airports. We think that the discretion should have been exercised to protect that long-term existence, be concerned about the people that work in the area, that live in the area, and about public safety. More than anything else, it's a matter of safety culture. So we think that the Land Use Commission is not adequately addressing these, and we will be looking into the review by the State of California Division of Aeronautics and the federal FAA. We think there needs to be more attention when the county is considering all of the development put into these C&D zones, and this is by far so much more significant in terms of what's been approved that we feel something needs to be, we need to find a check on this and see if there is a check. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Will Taylor, Placer Independent Resource Services. I want to just acknowledge Paul Breckenridge and William and Patton Architects and the whole CDRA for the hard work they did in creating such an extensive plan. I was part of the stakeholder meetings from the beginning and was really impressed by how much they listened to the concerns of the community as far as the need for affordable housing and workforce housing at DeWitt, as well as the conservation of historical properties and the need for multi-use, like a senior center or a multi-use center. I'm really impressed by the layout of the plan and the comprehensiveness of it. I've been here before. You know, my main concern is affordable housing and the need for meeting our regional housing needs. I think with the property at DeWitt being owned, by the county, there's a real opportunity to build. If the county donates the land, it takes a huge cost out of the building process. And as part of the affordable housing stakeholder meetings with developers, I've gotten a really clear picture of the cost of building. So that's an opportunity that we don't want to miss. As far as people's concerns that low-income housing brings crime or blight, we need to remember that with all the low wages jobs in the area, this housing would actually provide housing for people working at Panera or Ulta or Michael's or the Wingstop if it's still there. Anyway, you know my concerns. We need more affordable housing, and this is a great opportunity to get it built. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address the board after this gentleman?
Can I speak twice?
No, sir, but thank you. You just did, actually.
Good morning. So it's intimidating being last. Larry Welch, Placer Community Foundation, resident of Auburn for the past 30 years. I'd like to thank the board and the staff for the opportunity for the community input we've all had on this plan. The outreach has been significant. The involvement's been significant. Heard a lot of the things today I've heard at the outreach meetings. And especially thanks to the staff for putting together the information that was shared today. No surprise, I'm here to add my support and advocacy for more affordable housing in the plan. The 79 units, is that correct, 79? It's a nice down payment, but we certainly have a long ways to go. We have, with this plan, an opportunity to make a significant positive impact on the affordable housing crisis in our county, and to make a significant positive impact on achieving our affordable housing goals in the housing element. We also have a chance to prove and to demonstrate that Placer County knows how to build affordable housing, something we haven't been able to do so far. So I hope that you'll support more affordable housing, and that's my comment about that. The one thing I have to say is kind of a knucklehead layman citizen, zoning stuff gives me a headache. When I saw the plan, I see that there's a tiny little area that's designated for, I think, residential. There's a little corner of it for multi-use residential or something. No,
Multifamily.
Pardon?
The multifamily residential.
Multifamily residential.
On the
But there's-
southwestern corner.
That's correct. Thank you, Supervisor. But the other areas that are designated for housing are in multi-use areas. And you were asking some very good questions about the chances for that plan to be utilized differently, should conditions change. I just advocate for whatever decisions we make, that we consider those decisions, that the added flexibility also has added risk in terms of our ability to build affordable housing in the future. I understand the need to be flexible to attract capital, but I also think we add risk when we do that. So again, I don't understand the nuances of zoning. You guys make those decisions. I'm here to advocate for more affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, one last call for anybody who hasn't already spoken. Yes, ma'am, step right on up. Don't be shy.
I really wasn't going to speak today, but two things that I think.
Tori, I need your name.
I'm sorry, Victoria Connolly. I live in the city of Auburn. Two things that haven't been mentioned, and I don't even know if it went into the EIR, but the whole DeWitt Center is part of the California State Military Museum. So if people come here and want to see, hey, let's go see the Military Museum in Auburn, what is going to be left? And secondly, that theater, Mr. Euler and I have performed on a postage stamp at a ballet school here in town. People would be very happy to utilize that theater.
To be fair,
Annie is in
do ballet.
Annie is in the house. Private joke. So what I'm saying, that was a working theater before it was vacated. There are theater companies, one at least in this town, that could certainly utilize that space very well. It could also be an artist co-op. It could also be a vegetable co-op. I mean, there's so many uses that building could have besides a theater. So I just wanted to say, for the military museum part and retaining some of the old buildings, I think would be a great idea for people in the future to see what a World War II base looked like at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment, bring it back to the board. I'm sorry, close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any additional comments and questions my colleagues might have. Supervisor Wygant, anything at this point?
Want to
Sir, you did not address the board under public comment. You'll go ahead and step forward. Be quick, please. We're back to the board, so I do need your name for the record.
My name's Christopher Hill. I have a property over on Cottage Drive. I was waiting for someone to address the homeless shelter that's supposed to be in that area somewhere.
Well, it is on the DeWitt property, but this is not a hearing specific to that.
Okay.
But if you want, okay.
I just wondering where, I didn't see it specifically on the little map you showed on.
Okay,
Go back to it or not.
if they want to throw the map up there real quick, they can identify the existing location of the
Yeah, I'm not
shelter,
sure how to-
which is
If you could,
in the area
Wait
that
up.
is actually not scheduled for disturbance.
is there a
Yeah,
highlight?
there, that's approximate, right in that area.
Okay, thanks.
So it's part of the area that we're not a part of what we're talking about in terms of the rehabilitation right now. Okay, Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, I just want to thank staff and all the members of the community who participated in the review. I think it was a great update of an existing plan, which actually started out as a good, solid plan to begin with. So Kirk, while you were here in your first tenure, congratulations. I think what's important to keep in mind is that the basic concept between the properties that we have out there was to take a long-term look at what the county would need for its own uses in build-out, and then think about what to do with the rest of it. And so, Jack, to your team, I think you guys just did a great job of bringing in to consideration a lot of concepts and ideas that the board had, but also the community. And I like the fact that it's general enough that there can be flexibility reflecting market changes which will occur. We can add and detract based on how circumstances change. There have been a lot of great comments made today, but we tried to find that balance between what we preserve but what we need and how we can maximize this site as really potentially a tremendous amenity to the Auburn area community, but also to the needs for Placer County government. So mostly I'm just really impressed with the work that you did and the way that you went about it. And not to say that things can't be even more perfect, but I think that flexibility is reflected in it. And then I want to commend you also on the work that we did as related to the HHS facility and the housing component by doing generally an EIR that's programmatic but specific enough for those projects that they can actually move forward as per board priorities. So we've really accelerated the opportunity to deliver those things much more quickly than we would have otherwise. And as it relates to whether or not the board has an appetite to delay this until we have a full set of members here, it's not a big thing to me one way or the other. The key thing we do have to focus on is the general plan amendments. We get a chance to do those only 4 times a year. So somebody, I'm sure, may have thought through that schedule and what the delay might do to us, but it's not a big thing to me one way or the other.
Okay. Good. Supervisor Gore, any comments or questions at this point?
Let's see. I'll echo your statements. Thank you, Supervisor Wygant. A couple of things. As far as the theater, that's zone. Is that theater where it is currently in the mixed-use area? Mm-hmm. Okay. I think there's interest. I mean, it's a good structure. I don't like seeing the county spend a whole lot of money on structures that we shouldn't be running. I don't see the county running a theater, and it's not our place to run a theater. I would be interested in seeing if some nonprofits wanted to raise money to make it work. I think that's an appropriate use of non-taxpayer dollars if nonprofits can do that, and if it's a use that could be looked at, I want to be open to that. And as far as the affordable housing, the mixed-use housing that's zoned could be used for affordable housing in the future if we were able to get the dollars and the whole bit, because it's expensive to build. So that's correct, right?
Correct.
Yes, okay. As far as whether or not I hear the comment about Supervisor Holmes not being here, and it is in his district. And I do think that that's important. Can you guys give us a timeline? I know the final one is going to be approved at the meeting in April, but do we have some wiggle room here to have some more
Let me
conversations?
clarify that. The reason we are doing what I refer to as bundling is tentative action, if the board proceeds with this, is in order to bundle those general plan amendments coming forward into one hearing for a final action, which then constitutes our general plan round. So the intent is to bring those together in some form or fashion. There's no magic to the dates per se, but we just happen to end up with 3 general plan amendment type projects in April that afford us the opportunity to consider tentative action and then continue to the 23rd. So there's no magic to it other than the 4, and we didn't want to blow 3 out of the 4 right off the bat in the year. That wouldn't be good. So you do have flexibility. Just keep in mind that if we take this and move this out, say, a month in the future, we're then going to be taking a general plan round potentially there. That's 2 before even the half of the year. So that was the thought process and how we came up with the schedule for this round, so to speak.
So, to that point, I'm just flipping back in our little handouts to our project timeline and how we got from initiating this project to where we are today, and kind of go over, as well as my comments and some of what I've heard. Supervisor Holmes has been a part of this process, an extensive part of this process. We've had a number of hearings before this board where Supervisor Holmes has provided his input to staff and prioritized, and his aide is coming up to whisper something in my ear right now. Okay. Okay, thank you. Anyway, to my point, Supervisor Holmes has been providing input all the way along from 2015 all the way up to today. The reason I asked the questions that I asked in regard to the environmental document that was prepared and the anticipated land uses versus the specificity of where those land uses ultimately land, the intensity of those land uses, all the rest, is to really illustrate the fact that our board is really doing nothing today but putting some colors on a map. We're saying that this was a government facility exclusively. We're now opening it up to the private sector a little more aggressively to help us achieve a number of needs. You heard some of them talked about here today, from an affordable housing standpoint and a good work or jobs housing balance opportunity that this creates. But you also heard expressed rightly the concern about preserving the historic nature of the site. Nothing the board is doing today includes or excludes anything that was discussed. And until we're sitting here, and this is kind of to Charlene's comment to open this up, in terms of the HHS building and the environmental review being done at a project level for that, until you see the board actually take an action regarding a budget item to build something, it's not real. All right? Until we actually say, we're going to go put money in the ground out there. We're going to go spend money on infrastructure, and before we do that, these buildings are coming down or these ones are staying. Until we put our dollars in, or we partner with somebody in the private sector to put our dollars in, nothing's changing. And it will come back to the board, because our board will have to allocate funds. We will have to specify what the project to be built is going to look like. This is the template within which we can work. It's an environmental framework that puts folks on notice to say what was there is going to change in the future to something else. Sitting here today, there's not a person in this room, whether elected, appointed, or attending because you're interested, who can tell us what that's going to look like. That will be the subject of future discussion. So today's action, I am very comfortable moving forward with. Supervisor Holmes has provided extensive input to staff in public hearings, and I know in his private meetings, to staff about his feelings on this. And nothing that we do today means something is going to happen out there tomorrow. This is just one step in a process that will continue, as it has been for the last 4 years, to be very publicly vetted. So I'm comfortable moving forward today if my colleagues are, but until we entertain motions, I guess I won't know. Yes?
There's one other timing factor I might mention, that if this was to be approved, there is the potential that Mercy Housing could apply for a tax credit round, which I believe is in July. So there was another reason for putting this forward. Speaking of steps in the process, that's another step in the process that is time sensitive.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we've been given a number of recommendations. I will simply, I'm sorry?
They would all be tentative.
Right, a number of recommendations that our board would tentatively be moving forward with. And so I'm simply going to take the temperature of my colleagues to see if there is a motion to adopt the resolution certifying the Placer County Government Center, hereafter referred to as PCGC, Master Plan Update Final Environmental Impact Report, prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, to adopt a mitigation monitoring reporting program supported by and incorporating by reference in its entirety the findings of fact and statements of overriding consideration demonstrated as attachment B, exhibits A through C. Do we have a motion?
So moved. And could I make one comment also?
Yes.
I want to take the time to map on to Bonnie's comment about community cooperation and participation as it relates to things like the theater. To the extent that we have success with those things, it's always because we have great community support, and when we don't, it's for lack thereof. So I think we're all open to those kinds of things. But frankly, the community will have to step up to the plate and help out with those kinds of things, because our responsibility here is to try to use our taxpayers' dollars to the fullest benefit of our taxpayers. And that includes taking forward a better vision of the community. So moved on item 1.
All right. Okay. We have a motion and a second on item 1. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None?
Chairman, can we move that to 10:20?
I'm sorry?
Can we set that at a date and time certain?
Oh, for the actual, when it comes back to
For
us, you
final
mean, for final?
My assumption was that would be the final motion. We'll go through all the other tentative
Okay.
and take a motion on the continuance.
Sure, okay. Second action we're being asked to take is to tentatively adopt a resolution amending the PCGP to reference and recognize the PCGC Master Plan Update, including edits to General Plan Tables 1-1, 1-2, Figures 1-1, 1-2, Attachment C, Exhibits A through C.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Third, adopt a resolution amending the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan to replace and supersede all references to the DeWitt Center with the Placer County Government Center Master Plan Update, and to redesignate lands for the PCGC campus, Attachment D, Exhibits A and B.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Item 4, adopt a resolution approving the PCGC Master Plan Update, Attachment E, Exhibit A.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Item 5, adopt a resolution approving the PCGC Master Plan Update Design Guidelines, Attachment F, Exhibit A.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Item 6, adopt an ordinance rezoning portions of the PCGC campus, Attachment G, Exhibit A.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Item 7, adopt an ordinance amending text within the Placer County Code, Section 17.52.135, Town Center Commercial, to allow modified development standards for development in areas that include the Town Center overlay, subject to approval of an area plan, master plan, or specific plan, Attachment H, Exhibit A.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Item 8, adopt an ordinance to approve the PCGC Master Plan Update Development Standards, Attachment 1, Exhibit A.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. And that I will entertain a motion now to continue this matter to April 23rd, 2019, for for final action and adoption of the county's first 2019 general plan amendment round, and we will specify 10:20 as the timed item.
So moved.
Yeah, all in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, folks, and as this moves forward, stay tuned. We know you will. Thank you. Okay. We're going to take a quick 5-minute recess to allow you folks to head out, and then our budget item folks to wander in. So we'll be back here about 5 minutes after 12. All right, we're going to go ahead and take up our 11 o'clock timed item. This is a county executive item, our fiscal year 2019-2020 departmental budget presentations. And this is in no way, shape, or form a reflection of my level of interest in the subject matter. Simply a reflection of the fact that I was up very late and up too early this morning, and I don't do warm caffeine in the afternoon. I got to do my caffeine cold. So with that,
all right, well, we'll try and keep it engaging.
It's budget.
Yeah, it's budget. Let me first say thank you for all that are sitting in the room, all the department directors, staff, our budget group here. They put in a great deal of time. I know from basically January, honestly, I think we're doing budget almost year-round anymore, but really the concert and the focus here is on 1920 department budget, and each presentation is going to move forward as quickly as possible. And if there's any questions, please feel free to ask. I've also allowed and give you materials in the case that you have some questions you'd like some follow-up on. I'd encourage you to make notes, and we'll get that information. A little more structured this year than last year. We're going to start with our department. Each presentation is going to have our budget staff give a quick overview, and then we'll turn over to the department to recap their supplemental requests and then any capital items they'd like to share with you, as well as any issues pertaining to their budget and their operations moving forward for the new year. So with that, I'll turn it over. We're going to start alphabetical, not necessarily in any order.
We're going to start alphabetical, then switch to numeric. Is that?
Well, I'm
or stick with alphabetical all the way through.
We're going to stick with, yeah, we'll stick with alphabetical all the way
As the chairman, I need to know how this is going to go, so that's good.
We'll try and keep some order. So, Brian, I think you're up.
Thank you, Todd. With the challenge to be engaging, huh? Brian Hacker, County Executive Office, and so, as Todd mentioned, I'll just briefly frame up the Agriculture Department budget before handing it over to Josh. This department's 3 separate budgets all reside in the County General Fund. Let's see if this guy works. There we go. This department's 3 separate budgets all reside in the County General Fund. The Agriculture Commissioner's Sealer budget of $2.8 million. It has revenues of $1.2 million. That includes state SB1 revenues, and general fund support of $1.6 million with 15 funded positions. Before I move on, just point out your board will see something to this format throughout the presentations, most likely. This format is just taken from our automated budgeting system, so let us know if you have questions. As you recall, this department was reorganized earlier this fiscal year to add the farm advisor. The farm advisor is a general fund budget of $553,000, mostly general fund supported. It has 3 county funded positions. And lastly, the Fish and Game Commission. That's an advisory body to your board. It has a very small budget of almost $12,000, supported by fines and also by general fund. And so with that quick frame up, I'd like to hand it over to Josh Huntsinger, our Agriculture Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures. There you are.
Wow, and a tie. I didn't know you owned one of those.
I know you told me not to, but
I did.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you. Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. I want to thank CEO Todd Leopold and his staff for all the tremendous support that they give my department in support as far as developing and maintaining and managing our budget. And so I do appreciate that. I also support I also appreciate the county reorganization that did away with admin services and made me first on the list here alphabetically today. So just to move into some of our trends and priorities for today, just a couple different things that we're seeing that's influencing some of our supplemental requests is just overall kind of we're in a watch mode as far as how these trends emerge and develop over the next few years. One of the things we're seeing is the changing cropping patterns in western Placer County, in an area that was traditionally rice or rice and some pasture. We're getting a lot of almond and walnut orchards, thousands and thousands of acres of new orchards in what was previously rice ground. And so that interface between rice and these other crops is creating some really significant new workload that I'll talk as far as one of our staffing supplementals that we have. Just a lot more work out in the field to make sure those two crops do not cause problems for each other. So that's number one. Number two, electric vehicle charging stations. So the state is in the process of developing regulations to actually allow for charging for electric vehicle charging and certifying the meters. And so as the sealer of weights and measures, that'll be a new responsibility, a new workload for me once those regulations are finalized, to test and to seal and ensure that those meters are accurate and that the proper meters are used. Industrial hemp legalization, I know I've spoken with you each individually a little bit. This is still an extremely fluid, emerging issue. But the 2018 Farm Bill legalized industrial hemp at the federal level. Both the state and the federal government are in the process of developing their regulations, and so I hope to bring back more of a discussion to you soon, just as far as the county's policy as relates to industrial hemp, but we're watching that one very closely. The last thing I'll mention is just kind of the overall where we're at. It's very counterintuitive, but the ag department's workload is actually driven a lot more by urbanization trends rather than agricultural development. We have all the things that come along with the population increase, such as gas stations, grocery stores, landscapers, structural pest control. Just it all increases the number of service calls, the amount of workload that we have. And so last FTE we added was in 2008, which county has grown by about 40,000 people since then. And then we're looking toward the future and all these, we're as a county-wide service, all the cities and their projected growth, as well as the county and how that will impact us. As far as the supplemental requests, we have a number of them. The big trend in budget is SB1 revenue. We get a portion of gasoline tax, and so we've seen our revenues year over year increase by over 60%. And so really compensating for that, it's allowing us to do some one-time as well as some ongoing priorities, hopefully, that will really address some needs we have. Our supplemental requests include a new senior agricultural and standards inspector, an additional crop report enhancement to really have some ag economists look at our crop report and get some more value out of it. And I'm really excited to bring that back to you soon. Looking just to our capital projects, the building 307, where the current coroner's office and morgue is, that we share a wall with that building currently, and would like to expand into it once the sheriff's department moves out of it and down to the South Placer Justice. So, but that will in the shorter long term, nearer long term, address some of our immediate space needs on the warehousing and shop space side. A new truck to go with the new inspector. The only thing that we don't have covered with revenue at the moment is actually a roll forward from the previous budget of $100,000 for a new database to basically capture all of our information. And we're actually hoping that will leverage a larger statewide $1.5 million program. I'm very sorry. we have over a dozen different statewide statewide reports that we're responsible on a monthly basis, as well as billing and things to cover. And then lastly, testing equipment for the electric vehicle charging stations. Thank you, Todd. As I mentioned earlier, we have the one capital project we're discussing. We've requested $100,000 in this next year's budget for the preliminary planning and permitting for that morgue space remodel, I guess you'd call it, and then projecting just kind of a little bit of a guesstimate at this point, but an additional $200,000 in the next fiscal year to fully cover that cost of that remodel and the construction as well. And then my last slide, the really big budget trend, as I mentioned, is that SB1 revenue, which has just been a pretty radical increase in our revenue picture. Along with that revenue increase, there is a mandate for a general fund maintenance of effort covered in state law, so we can forfeit that revenue eligibility if we don't maintain a certain level of general fund support for the program. So just kind of balancing out new revenue with actual department needs versus maintaining that general fund. And then the final thing would be, just as I mentioned earlier as well, that keeping us in place until kind of this DeWitt plan emerges. I think we're good in that 5 to 10 year window with these capital projects that we're proposing in this current fiscal year, as well as the next couple. So with that, I'd welcome any questions that you have.
Any board members, any questions of Josh? Yeah, that's,
thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so moving on, assessor?
All right, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Adam Wade, budget analyst. It's my pleasure to briefly introduce the assessor's submitted budget for fiscal year 1920. Shown on the first slide here, the assessor's submitted budget came in approximately $100,000 under base. You'll also note that the assessor's submitted budget includes a supplemental request to fund 2 allocations for a total of 79 funded positions. And with that, I will introduce the assessor, Kristen Spears.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Todd and Karen. I'm Kristen Spears, the County Assessor. It's a pleasure to come before you today to discuss the Assessor's Office 2019-20 budget. Before I dive into the challenges and opportunities of the upcoming year, I wanted to take a moment and actually share some positive accomplishments, brief. So to mention a few of the Assessor's Office's recent milestones that were possible through your support. This year, we recognized completion of the FAB assessor remodel, resulting in a safer, more accessible assessor lobby to serve the public, and also creation of the Confluence Room, a large multi-purpose meeting room where the assessor's lobby once was. And I mention this to you because I know I had several of you come out and visit, so that actually did come to fruition. The room has a capacity of 80, a busy calendar already of meetings and trainings, and we look forward to continuing that. That is the largest conference space that's available in the FAB building, and it allows me to actually meet with my staff, all of us in one place, in our home office there. So that is very nice and much appreciated with your support. Just briefly, we saw a 42% increase in visitors to the assessor's website between 2016 and 2018. We anticipate more traffic as we update our website within the county's new environment of Civic Plus, and provide constituents with more options to do business online. For the over 7,000 businesses in Placer County who must file an annual business property statement, we in 2018 crossed the halfway point for business owners filing those statements online. And so we're excited about that. That is a convenience for them and an efficiency for us. And finally, in November 2018, the Assessor's Office, with the support of County IT, worked with Esri to configure an ArcGIS enterprise system that will allow the county to utilize the most current GIS technology, Parcel Fabric, plan for future uses of GIS as a countywide resource. So thank you for your indulgence. I just really want to express my appreciation for your support and commitment for some of these projects that were real milestones for us. And now to the business of the 2019-2020 budget. And I do just have one supplemental request. It is to fund 2 additional positions. And to give you some background, the assessor's office workload is directly affected, as you know, by the economy, particularly the real estate market. Our workload is still impacted by the economic downturn, and we have the recovery process going on in several ways. We still have 22,500 properties that are subject to annual reappraisal pursuant to Proposition 8. They required a reduction during the recession, and they're now reappraised annually as of January 1st. So this is an intensive effort that occurs over a 3-month period of time. Secondly, upon increasing those assessed values, we have many value review requests, increased public service traffic from property owners who are questioning that increase in value. Finally, we have over 700 assessment appeals that are unresolved. And for appeals, the difference between the applicant's opinion of value and the assessment roll value is what we consider at risk. For the 700 outstanding assessment appeals, there is $1.8 billion of assessed value at risk, equating to $18 million in property tax revenue. So we have been able to absorb the Prop 8 reappraisal work and the additional value review requests and customer service without existing staffing. But as you can see from this graph that shows our outstanding assessment appeals, we have been less successful in resolving the outstanding assessment appeal backlog. And you can see that we spiked and peaked and kind of were able to bring those numbers down when we were up at 6,300 at the height of the recession. But over the last few years, we've been in the 800, 700 range and haven't been able to get that to move. So let me tell you a little bit about why. So over 400 of those unresolved assessment appeals are for commercial properties, which is unheard of in our county because usually we have more residential appeals because we have more residential properties. But the fact is we've been increasing the commercial values back up. We have more commercial activity, and we're a large enough county now that we're one of the places that property tax agents will come visit instead of actually passing us by and going somewhere else fighting in a bigger county. So the resolution of these high-dollar assessment appeals has proven to be extremely time-consuming, requiring advanced appraisal and assessment knowledge. The commercial property owners are represented by property tax agents, accompanied by their attorneys, expert witnesses, and sometimes even a court transcriptionist. We have expended thousands of hours defending the assessment roll. As an example, for one 2-day hearing, addressing 4 assessment appeals, we spent 760 hours in preparation, 3 people plus 1 consultant, 248 hours in briefing after the hearing, 2 people plus county counsel. Thank you, Karen. There was $365.5 million of value at risk for this hearing. Now, granted, this was a very large appeal, but it does make the point that this is a very time-consuming process. So why is it important to get a handle on these appeals? Well, the most obvious is that tax revenue associated with an appealed property is subject to change until the appeal board has rendered that final decision. So in one noteworthy case in Santa Clara County, the assessment appeal board reduced the property value by half, resulting in a refund from the affected jurisdictions, including Santa Clara County, back to the property owner for a refund of over $36 million, not in value, that's tax revenue. Unresolved appeals can also be a hardship for the property owner, and they represent, as we discussed, a significant workload for the assessor's office. So my sole supplemental request for the assessor's office is to fund 2 associate appraiser positions and reallocate those to senior appraiser positions consistent with the type of professional knowledge and experience that I just outlined. These senior appraisers will be utilized to address the assessment appeal backlog. They will be joining a newly formed assessment appeal group with the purpose of reducing the backlog and catching up. So historically, I will just share with you that the assessor's office has been extremely conservative in requesting funding for additional staffing. And as you may recall from last year's budget presentation, we had 74 filled positions in 2004, and now, 15 years later, we have 75 filled positions. The assessment role in 2004 was $40 billion, and it's now over $75 billion. If we could address this workload through technology, process review, contractors, extra help, or consultants, trust me, I would have done so. And I say that, with all sincerity. But the bottom line is that these appeals, they require people. And they require people with the highest level of appraisal knowledge, good judgment, people skills, and in-depth knowledge of the California assessment world. So that's really what we're looking at. So my request for 2 senior appraisers also takes into consideration that there will be other drivers in 2020 that will affect our assessor workload. Once the appeals backlog is addressed, there will be more than enough work to keep additional appraisers busy. In 2020, the assessor's office will feel the impact of development in South Placer, and despite improved work processes and use of technology, additional staffing will be necessary to address the new construction activity and timely add that value on to the assessment role. Also in 2020, I want to bring to your attention that the voters will be considering a split roll ballot measure, which has the potential to increase property tax revenues, but also the potential to increase the administrative costs, particularly at the county level in the assessor's office. So to briefly outline this proposal, under your existing Proposition 13 treatment, commercial properties are only reassessed by us upon a change in ownership or new construction activity. Voters will decide if they want commercial properties to now be assessed at market value rather than Proposition 13. So residential properties would remain under Prop 13, commercial properties would be at market value. If that split roll measure passes in November 2020, Placer County's 7,500 commercial properties will require market value appraisals. So all 7,500, there'll be a cycle in that will be determined through the legislature, but that will be far more appraisal hours than what we are currently putting towards Prop 13 treatment of commercial properties. The split roll measure is currently supported by the California Teachers Association, the SEIU, the League of Women Voters. As an assessor, I can say that we don't take a stand on this issue, yay or nay. That's not what we do. Our concern is how we would administer the program. And as a result of that concern, the California Assessors Association hired a consultant who reported back after some research that it would take over 900 additional commercial appraisers statewide to manage this increase in workload that I just addressed. And unfortunately, as noted by the consultants, this number of senior level appraisers would not be immediately available. Demand would exceed supply, and it would take years to adjust. So, as I take all these circumstances into consideration, I believe it's wise to fund 2 additional appraisers, address the current appeal backlog, and take steps to position ourselves for the future. And so I request your support for that supplemental request, and I thank you.
Any questions for Kristen at this point? I see none.
Thank you.
Great.
So we'll go ahead and move on to auditor.
Yes.
Just a quick reminder, especially for those of you who do have supplemental requests, that this item is what's standing between us and lunch. So.
So I'm not going to read off all those numbers that I had up there for you. I intended on doing that to keep you fully engaged. Anyway, good afternoon, Chair Euler, members of your board. My name is Chad Fenstermacher. I am a budget analyst, and I'm here to give you a brief overview of the Auditor Controller's fiscal 1920 budget, general funded budget. The one thing I did want to point out on this slide is that the general fund net county cost is staying static, but there is a reduction in both the expenditures and the reserves. and the number of funded positions, and that is directly related to the newly formed Internal Service Fund for our Workday Support Org. But with that, I'd like to bring up Mr. Andy Sisk, Andy Sisk, our Auditor Controller. Thank you, Chad.
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler, members of the board, Karen, Todd. Good to see you today. I have no supplemental requests and I have no capital project needs, so I'll get that out right at the get-go. So really for the Auditor Controller's Office, it's all about Workday. I've come to your board many times, so you know that we're in the middle of a very important ERP system implementation project. Workday HR Payroll is planning to go live on June 17th, 2019. The first paycheck employees will see out of Workday will be on July 5th, 2019. And obviously paychecks are very important to our county employees. And so there's going to be some changes, and it should be no surprise that we're going to be continuing to automate the process. So we want to make sure that our county employees understand the new self-service functionality in Workday related to paychecks, tax withholding, bank accounts, and time entry. I mentioned a summary of this to the department heads last week. I'll be rolling out countywide communication on Friday to all of our county employees. The biggest changes is we will no longer be printing remittance advices. So if you want to get your remittance advice, you go online and you print it out yourself. Right now, for those that are a numbers person like me, we have 77 people that are currently receiving a paycheck. Most of our county employees do get direct deposit. For those that are not on direct deposit, I would encourage those employees to get on direct deposit, because in the event of a disaster hits and we can't get your paycheck to you, the best means to do that is electronically. And obviously we hope the banking systems don't fail, but that's going to be the best way for those employees to get their paychecks. Another advantage is if the paycheck detail is becoming very cumbersome. If I had to print out a paycheck now, it would be on legal size paper, maybe ledger size paper, because of all the different unique earnings and deductions that we have. So for employees that are on self-service, you can see all of that detail online. If you get a paycheck, you will not see all that detail. You're forced to go online and get that detail. Another big change is the bank pre-note. You might remember the days you had to give a voided check to someone to process your bank account information. Now employees will be able to go online and do that themselves. I just did it the other day for a payment coming out of my checking account. You go in and enter your numbers from the bottom of your check. No longer we have to wait a pay period for that to be verified by the bank. So a lot of times when employees change bank accounts, they would put in a new employee bank account number and they would get a paycheck, and then the next time they would get a direct deposit. That process is now eliminated. Hopefully when the employee is entering their information, they're entering in the correct bank account information. The last big change is in taxes, withholdings. The W-4 and the DE-6 are what drives the withholding allowances coming out of your check and the taxes associated with that. Employees in Acorn could do that for the federal only. Now with Workday, you can do that for federal and state. So it'll be on the employees to go online and change their withholdings instead of relying on my staff to do that for them, especially as it relates to the state. With respect to time entry, this is definitely going to be a very big area. We're doing some training over the next couple of months, training our departments on how to do time entry. In my opinion, this is one of the areas that failed when we rolled out Acorn in 2004-05. I kept thinking all employees would embrace self-service time entry, and that did not happen. People reverted back to their manual-based forms. So we will be placing a concerted effort on time entry and trying to get as many employees to embrace the self-service functionality of time entry in Workday. I know one of the areas that's complicated is all the cost accounting structure that comes with that, especially for a department like HHS. So again, I've offered my staff and my team to go out to departments to help departments get ready for this transition as we move forward to the new paycheck on July 5th. We're still continuing to stabilize Workday financials for our end users. We're trying to still automate and enhance existing functionality, but special emphasis now is going to be placed on reporting. As we get closer to year end, I know the demands are coming. People are going to need reports, and that includes my office in terms of preparing the CAFR, in terms of preparing the budget, in terms of preparing reports to the state controller, the cost allocation plan, to name a few. And those are very big reports, very important, not only to my office, but to many people in the county. Another big part of Workday financials is going to be the upcoming year-end close. And I know departments are dreading it, especially as we go live with Workday Phase 2. All I want to tell the departments is we're going to be there to help. The support organization team is going to be residing in the Auburn office, not only to support my office during year-end close, but also to support those county departments, many of those larger departments that are right around the FAB building, so then we can send out what we call SWAT teams out to the departments to help them process their documents as we go through year-end close. We probably may have to extend the year-end close deadline till we get all those documents in, make sure we have an accurate fund balance for the board by mid-August. But hopefully by mid-August, that fund balance will have stabilized and we'll have a good idea of what that estimated number should be when the year-end closes. Last but not least, I said I didn't have any supplemental requests, but I know one will be coming at some point in the future when the project closes. We will evaluate and finalize the project budget and determine if there's any necessary budget revision needed for the countywide systems internal service fund. On this slide, you will see the dedicated support organization for Workday. And again, this is a dedicated unit that's consisting of functional and technical staff that's going to continually update and enhance Workday for our end users. And that's all they're doing now. Yes, some of them are still working on the Phase 2 project, but many of them will become part of the support organization. And that support organization currently resides down in Rockland at the Sunset Building. When the team basically dismantles and then our integrators go away, I have excess space. And so the plan is, starting January 1, we're going to share that office space. I'm going to keep the space so I can have a presence down in South Placer, and we plan to share that space with the assessor starting on January 1. We have, why the assessor's office? I think it's a match made in heaven. The reason being is, one, we have a lot of constituents that come to the FAB, and many times they'll go to the assessor's office and they say, no, you got to go see the auditor. Or they'll come to the auditor's office and we'll tell them you need to go see the assessor. We're hoping maybe we can eliminate some of that. I'm still evaluating what type of service I'll be providing out of the Rockland office. With Workday, we're becoming more paperless. So many times people would come to our front counter in Auburn to bring journal entries, paper documents, pick up paychecks. If everything's electronic, there may not be a need to come to the Auburn office. So we're going to evaluate now customers coming to the front counter and really ascertaining what their needs are as we move forward. We believe we are going to continue to provide a high level of customer service to our end users. That's our goal. We do expect that demand to increase, especially in the area of training. I know people want me to continue to provide more training. It's difficult to provide training now when you're in the middle of an implementation. I know once we go live, I will be back out there training our end users. Number two, we're going to continue to focus on succession planning and cross-training. I think we've gone through that wave in my office where a number of people retired before Workday implemented. So we got rid of, when I say get rid of, a lot of our seasoned workforce retired prior to that. We still have others that I know are going to be retiring in the near future, but cross-training is going to become critical as we move forward to make sure that people understand other people's duties at their desks. And last but not least, we're going to continue to reach out to the colleges and high schools to ensure students understand career opportunities with Placer County. We just recently attended a career fair at Lincoln High School, and that was great to have a booth there and kind of tell some of the students there a little bit about what the auditor controller does for the county. We have another sponsored event with Placer High School on May 8th. And so we embrace this because in some of the readings, the Gen Zers, the new group out there, they want to come out of high school and start working because they can see now with technology, they can take classes at nighttime and from home. And so why not get some, get your career going and learn some of what really goes on in an office environment while you're getting your education. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board has.
Any questions of Andy? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Euler and members of the board. Matt Lebeck, Management Analyst. I'll be providing an overview of the Community Development Resource Agency budget for fiscal year 1920. CDRA is largely funded by the General Fund and also includes the Community Revitalization Fund and Low and Moderate Income Housing Fund. For fiscal year 1920, the total department requested expenditures are $26.3 million, and the department anticipates $9.2 million in offsetting revenues. It is worth noting that total of $26.3 million does not include supplemental requests, which will be covered later on in the presentation. And with that, I would like to turn the presentation over to your agency director, Steve Pedretti.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to talk too much about the numbers. The numbers are changing, a little more complicated this year. We're looking to separate the Placer County Conservation Program from the planning budget. It's been traditionally part of the planning budget. We'll be separating that this year in anticipation, hopefully, of the creation, the approval of the PCCP and creation of a JPA that will be completely separate from us. Oh, the 117, I'm going to go back, I'm sorry. We do have 117 positions currently that were approved in our budget. However, 4 of those last year were provisional budget or provisional approvals, which was assuming that there would be additional development, additional revenue that came in so that we could quickly fill those positions. That development did not materialize, at least in terms of the revenue, so we did not fill those positions, and we're resubmitting those as part of our supplemental this year. We have different, this just shows the PCCP that will be separated, about a $1.7 million budget. However, it's very possible, should the Placer Vineyards project go to construction and go to full construction this year, we could be receiving as much as $35 or $40 million of revenue. 10% of that would go to administration purposes, so that it would fund some of our staffing and some of the work that we'll be doing. These are just some of the housing grant fund and I think the old redevelopment funds. What are the emerging issues this year? First, in planning, we have a number of major planning projects that hopefully are coming to the completion phase. The Placer County Conservation Program, as I just mentioned, Sunset Area Plan, Placer Ranch, some other ordinances that we hope to have done by the end of the year. A big issue this year is going to be specific plan implementation. We have a lot of major construction that we hope to get going in the next month and a half or so. Placer Vineyards in particular. Placer Vineyards has bid 3 sets of improvement plans, $30 million. They also have a subdivision unit 1A that is going into construction hopefully very soon. 3 other units that may be going into construction this year. Total could be upwards of $100 million worth of construction over the next year or 2. So that's going to be very significant. Riolo Vineyard, as phase 1 has constructed, they're selling homes. Phase 2 is coming forward. There may be some construction associated with that over the course of the next fiscal year. Bickford Ranch continues to talk to us. They are hoping to build this year. We'll see what happens, but those are the ones that are really significant that could have a big impact on us. Building services, we're really preparing for 2020. We have staffing issues, current staffing issues, partly because of the workload, partly because of the market for building inspectors right now for laborers, given not only the recession and coming out of the recession, but then having the fires in Butte County and Sonoma has really put a strain. We're having a very difficult time. Just found out this morning we'll be losing another one of our staff members. That's very, very difficult. Housing program is in expansion mode. Housing, whenever I mention housing here, it is part of our planning division. I mentioned a little bit separately because it is a separate strategic initiative in the counties, in the county work plan, whereas most of ours are land use, economic development. Of course, we touch pretty much all of the strategic initiatives within CEDRA. Within housing, we have completed most of our analysis, the base analysis that we need to do. We're starting to work on revising codes and standards, and we really want to move into getting homes constructed. Just showing here, these are revenues, cumulative revenues over the past 10 or so years. The red line with the dot, that is our current fiscal year. We anticipate having a total revenue near where we were back in 2008. Now, this is for improvement plans only. So this is really the indicator of where we're going. Once all those improvement plans have been completed, there will be construction, and that's the indicator of where we're at. Here, just looking at our workload, staffing versus The plan check hours for improvement plans, again, this is an indicator of where we're going. Our staffing is reasonably close on the improvement plans, but we are going to be hurting on the construction management side should the actual construction occur. Building permit revenue, pretty much an average year. We know cumulative. However, here, this shows our staffing versus the number of inspection stops, which is our best indicator of workload. You can see if you go back to 2008, we started assuming that we had the right number of inspectors, versus, or staff versus the number of inspection stops. Since that time, we have lost a lot of staff, but we have not, the inspection stops have gone back up. What this shows is we're really understaffed. We thought we could get by over this past year. We're really struggling right now. We have constant turnover. We're asking for some new positions. The ones that we asked for last year that were provisional, we'd like to get those now. We have enough revenue, we think, for one of the positions just from county projects and capital projects that are going to be going on this year. But the other one, we'd like the positions. With turnover, we may not be able to keep them full, but we need to do our best to fill those. Okay, with the supplemental positions, let's see, engineering and surveying. We have, I split these by our division. So engineering, surveying, we have 4 positions. These are mostly funded through new development, but we are currently actually working on filling these positions, waiting for the for Plaza Vineyards to actually pay their fees, which means they will be going. If they go to construction, then we will fill these positions as quickly as we can. We have tentative approval for those. We would like to get those into the budget, obviously, so that we'd have those full time. We also have consultants that we will do primary. The construction management will occur primarily through those construction contracts. We are anticipating upwards of about $1 million of revenue coming in for construction management. So the combination of staff and consultants would accomplish that work. With building, at the bottom there you see one of the 2 senior building inspectors that we're asking for, also an administrative clerk in the Tahoe office to help us with permit processing. Sunset Area Planning, we have the Sunset Area Plan, $480,000 to finish out that project. General Plan Update, we're looking for $100,000 to get a consultant, help us start preparing for a future General Plan Update. I have an ombudsman position in there, which is a planner that would help with economic development. This came out of a meeting we had recently on economic development. This could help with some of those processing plans. It would also help with some housing projects that we have out there. We've got a number that we think we can maybe get some work going on if we had someone to work on that, and some of our process improvements as well. Placer Legacy, we've got a little bit of money in there. Housing, we have a number of things going on. We have to do our housing element update in 2021, so we have $425,000 towards updating the element and the environmental impact. We know that we have $250,000. I think that just got kicked up to $310,000 that we'll be applying for with of SB2 funding out of the state. It should be automatic as long as we fill it out, the paperwork properly. We're also looking, we have a deed restriction program. We want a one-time infusion of $100,000 to help us set up a new program that will deal with some of the existing projects that are out there and new ones going forward. Finally, PCCP, we have a senior planner that the idea is we would hire this as a county employee, but that person would be hired knowing full well that if the JPA is created and the JPA decides not to have county employees but have some other type of employee similar to Pioneer Energy, then, whatever they are, then this position would go to that new position, would not remain as a county employee. And then we have a number of consultant contracts that will help us finish out. With that, I'll open it up if you have any questions.
Questions, Mr. Pedretti? Good. I'm not seeing any right now. Thank you. And after CEDRA, we move on to CEO's office. Nobody wants to stand up for CEOs? Okay. So we just called an audible, and we're moving
Okay.
forward with coroner/sheriff. So the alphabetical thing, you're lucky you got that coroner title. For once in your life, it worked in your favor.
It's the only time being the
That's
corner was
about
nice.
it, huh?
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler, members of the board, Todd, Karen. Thank you. I'll be very brief with my opening comments. I just want to thank the board. Our mission is to make Placer County a safe place to live, work, and visit. I'm very proud of the job that we do, but we couldn't do it without you. The support that you've given us over the years, as most recently punctuated with the strategic planning session that we went through. It's clearly a priority with Placer County. As we wrap up our 18-19 funding year, I want to thank the CEO. We've certainly faced some challenges this year. His office has been instrumental in working with us to address those challenges. And as we move into 19-20, you know, we are anticipating some future challenges, and we'll continue to work with the CEO's office and certainly the board to address those as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our analyst. Thank you.
Let's try that again. Good afternoon, Chair Euler, members of your board, Amanda Flo, Management Analyst. Here to provide a brief overview of the Sheriff's Office submitted budget. The Sheriff's Office net budget has increased 3.43% year over year, and their department submitted budget came in at $671,000 under base due to increased departmental revenues. You will note that the Sheriff's Office funded positions have increased by 1, and they currently have 26 hard vacancies, which will be addressed later in this presentation. Next, you will see the DMV Special Collections Fund 111. The Sheriff's Office serves as a fiduciary agent for the Placer Regional Auto Theft Task Force, an automated mobile and fixed fingerprint. There are no allocations assigned to either of these cost centers. I will now hand the presentation over to the Sheriff's Office Administrative Services Manager, Mark Giacomini. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler, members of the board, Mark Giacomini, Placer County Sheriff's Office. We'll continue the presentation. We'll run through our one-time submitted supplemental requests. Starting off with ballistic helmets and rifles. Those are both viewed as officer safety issues for the Sheriff's Office. Helicopter equipment. 10 years ago, we bought the AS-350 helicopter. 10 years into it now, we have to replace some components that are outdated and not supported. Next are the take-home patrol vehicles. We'd like to add 5 patrol vehicles to our take-home program. Body-worn camera program, which your board has been briefed on before. The video surveillance system at the South Placer substation. And then the Tahoe substation video surveillance system as well. IT cubicles for, we put in a capital request to have some hard offices built in IT. This would only be needed if that capital request is approved. We would have to reposition some of our existing employees and redo the cubicles. And then finishing up with court security funding. We had talked with your board before about court security funding and the shortfall there. This is actually a revenue request that is of a one-time nature this year, but we'll have to see how that plays out in future years. Moving forward to ongoing supplemental requests, we would like to backfill the PSU with 2 deputy sheriffs and a sergeant. As you know, we stood up the professional standards unit a year and a half ago. We did that with our positions that were already allocated. We would now like to get those backfilled. Similar to that, we enhanced our training unit and borrowed a correctional officer from the jail, and that person now in the training unit. We would like to get that backfilled. Video replacement. All of the vehicles have Motorola videos. Excuse me. All of the vehicles have Motorola radios that are now outdated and not supported anymore. We came up with a replacement plan with our vehicle manager to replace 30 of these radios a year over the next 6 years at about $200,000 a year. The last request on this list is, again, the body-worn camera program. The first one I showed you was the stand-up, $72,000 for just the equipment for the staff. Excuse me. This would be the actual program with the software and the storage and the positions. We would need an IT position, an evidence tech, and a detective. So that's it with the supplementals. Were there any questions on the supplemental requests before we move forward?
Don't see any.
Okay, the next slide is our capital projects. A lot of this stuff is already on the supplemental list. We listed this stuff out here. It's a bit redundant. The only things that are on here that you didn't see already were the patrol and unmarked vehicle replacements at an average of about $1.3 million per year. We base that on when we believe the vehicles are going to mile out based on the MOU at 110,000 and 125,000 for two-wheel and four-wheel drives. This also does include our investigation vehicles and our command staff vehicles. The next four are already on the supplemental list. You saw those. The last one is a cell check inmate location logging system. It's an idea that the jail commanders have to, you put wristbands on the inmates. They're easier to track, easier to do the cell checks on. So that's an out plan. We're not sure if we're going to do that yet. We're still researching it. The next slide, these are our budgetary what we believe are items that are budgetary considerations where our challenges within the budget. And I know that I briefed all of you, and including the CEO's office previously. I did want to highlight these items again because these are the real challenges within our budget when we talk about what our fixed posts are and how many of our positions are fixed posts. So 67% of our 563 positions are what we consider to be fixed posts. That means those positions are filled 24/7, 365 days a year. We run a hard vacancy rate. Right now, we're about 4.5%. Our operational vacancy is all the people that we consider that we're paying that aren't doing the job that they were hired to do. People that are out on medical leave, people that are on in training, jail training, field training. That rate runs at about 12 to 13%, or 65 to 75 people that have to be backfilled with overtime 24/7, 365 days a year. Of the fixed posts, So about 44 to 50 of them have to be filled. I framed up here for you also the amount of money that we spend on overtime, because I know that's a big issue, and I know it's a talking point that we always discuss. We spend annually about $6.7 million just to cover the 13 paid holidays, vacation time, and sick time. And so when we talk about challenges within our budget, this is one of our largest challenges. And so that's when I get to the next line about the $3.7 million of salary saving, which I know is a budgetary tool that's used by the CEO's office, but for our office, it has become more and more problematic to try and cover that salary savings when we're expending close to $8.5 to $9 million a year on overtime when that budget is not trued up. And so this is simply a bullet to let everyone know, as we discussed with you last week, that as currently constructed, this budget is probably not attainable for us to get to $3.7 million of salary savings unless we true up that budget line or we start looking at some serious reductions across the table. I won't get into that. I know the sheriff has spoken with you, but that's just where we are right now. That's the reality of where our budget is structurally. The last thing I put on here was, I know the sheriff discussed with you at your strategic planning that his goal is to right-size the correction system. Not necessarily a certain number of beds, but we have two projects that are forthcoming in the next 2 years to add 165 beds to this system that, quite honestly, we're having a hard time supporting now. And so we wanted to highlight this for the board, that as we move forward with 863 and 844 to build a 45-bed acute mental health facility and 120 medium security beds in South Placer, we believe we need to start having those conversations about how that's going to get funded moving forward. And with that, I'll stop and answer any questions that you have. We also have our entire command staff here and the undersheriff if you'd like to direct questions at them.
Okay, pardon me. I have a question where on your bullet where you identify vacant fixed posts filled with overtime, and you say 44 to 50. Are we talking about a vacant fixed post shift, one shift, or one FTE that's actually filled with somebody performing overtime work?
That would be an FTE. These aren't broken down by the 5.2 FTEs, or 5.2 per position. So this would be per person. If I look, because those are physical bodies, so if I have 65 to 75 people out on the operational vacancy, and I take 67% of that number, then I'm dealing with 44 to 50 people.
So
Not FT, not posts.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to get at here, because when you use the term that 378 of your funded allocations are fixed posts, and yet you identify that your fixed posts your vacant fixed posts are filled with overtime, and there are 45 to 50 of those, that's a factor of the 378. In other words, we're operating at over 10% vacancy of your fixed posts that is being filled with overtime?
I would say not of the fixed post, but when you factor in the operational vacancy is still 67%. So if I've got 65 to 75 people that are out on my operational vacancy, then it is 67% of that would be fixed posts. Yes, sir. That's the 44 to 50 number. That's 44 to 50 fixed posts, whether we're talking dispatch, ALCs, jail, patrol.
Which are having to be filled with overtime.
Yes, sir.
So these are not accounted for under the number where you're talking about holiday pay and those kinds of things. These are actual employees who...
This would be over and above, yes, sir.
Who
The
didn't show up.
6.7 number is just for positions that are actually filled for the 13 paid holidays, and then if we take an average, and to get to that number, we're only averaging one person per shift per day. So if I go through dispatch, patrol, records, and I average one person per shift per day out on vacation or sick, and then the jails, because we have 2 jails, I use 2 people per shift per day. That's the $6.7 million figure. Yes, sir.
Okay. And right now, the only way to fill your vacancies is with overtime. We don't have folks who are working a part-time schedule or any kind of a flex schedule where they have the ability to fill a vacancy due to an illness or what have you.
Not in a fixed post, no, sir. I believe at this time, out of 563 employees, we have 2 people that are working a part-time schedule, and that part-time schedule is 32 hours a week, but neither of them are fixed posts.
Okay. All right. Those are the questions I have. Any of my colleagues? Nothing? I don't see anything. All right. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thank you.
Now, moving on to the CEO's office.
Good afternoon, Chair Euler, members of the board. I'm Sarah Poindexter, here to provide a brief overview of the County Executive Office's fiscal year 1920 submitted budget. All departmental general fund cost centers have submitted budgets below base budget, which includes CEO admin, Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board, Economic Development, Emergency Services, Procurement, and Revenue Services. You'll see the addition of 2 positions, which is due to the reorganization of county departments earlier this year. The Fire Protection Fund submitted budget remains under base budget. However, operational costs continue to increase, outpacing revenue. All internal service fund cost centers remain flat, which include general liability, central services, and food services. All non-departmental general fund cost centers have also submitted budgets below base budget, including community and agency support, contingencies, criminal justice other programs, and general fund contributions to facilities, public safety, and other debt. Given there are no budgeted projects or anticipated system-wide expenditures within the CEO portion of the Public Safety Fund, you will note the submitted budget came in well under base. There are no significant changes within the Open Space Fund, the Lake Tahoe Tourism and Promotions Fund, or the Debt Services Fund. And with that, I will now hand the presentation off to Assistant County Executive Officer Jane Christensen.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sarah. Our supplemental requests are few, so I will be brief. First, this is the latest installment to leverage the 75% state grant match for tree mortality, as was reviewed with the board in August of 2018. The next 2 are simply the open space and land acquisition funding in keeping with board past practice and direction. With regard to emerging issues, looking ahead, we plan to focus on continued progress reports on your strategic plan as we presented on March 26th. Supervisor Weigand said he would be watching for those dates, and we welcome that accountability. We'll also continue to promote countywide fiscal discipline and financial best practices, regional partnerships in public safety delivery, evaluate public safety funding alternatives for a more sustainable future as we previewed in the mid-year budget review on February 26th, advance a prudent financing plan for county facility needs as identified by the board at the March 19th Capital Workshop. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, as people are our greatest resource, to lead and foster an organizational culture of learning and innovation, building on our county institutional knowledge while embracing newer and more effective ways to get the job done. Thank you.
Sorry, that was mine.
Excuse me.
There you go. Try it again.
Oh, okay.
I
Thank you.
screwed up. Sorry.
Brian Hacker again, here to introduce the County Clerk Recorder Elections Department's budget. This budget resides in the general fund. It includes $10 million of expenditure. Revenues include a lot of fees for service, some general fund support, $3 million, 51 funded positions. And with that, I can hand it over to Ryan Ronco.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. In light of the coroner, sheriff, marshal, I'm going to change my name of my office to A Better County Clerk Recorder Elections Office for next year.
Triple A election service.
Exactly, that's right.
Because that phone book listing is so important.
It works every time. Good afternoon, Chairman Euler, members of the board, CEO Leopold, Council Schwab. I'm Ryan Ronco, your Clerk Recorder Registrar of Voters. Thank you very much for your time today. Let's see if I can figure out how to move this forward. Hey, look at that, right side, thank you. With me is your Assistant County Clerk, Lisa Kramer, your Assistant Recorder Registrar of Voters, Stephen I, and Sandy LeWicka, our Administrative Services Officer. We'll get into the emerging issues and department priorities. I think that most of these are very self-explanatory, so I'm going to try to skip through all of this, but I want to highlight on this list, and I can take questions for others if you want them, the elections warehouse and the temporary storage items. Based on the way our county is growing, and now that we know the dimensions of the new voting equipment that you folks approved just recently, last meeting, it's been determined that the space identified on the DeWitt campus for our new elections warehouse is too small to house us. We're once again in limbo on a warehouse space, and in addition to that, until a new warehouse can be identified, we need to hold on to our existing warehouse space, and because of all of our special elections that we have currently scheduled and soon to be coming, we can't free up space in our existing warehouse because we need to use our old elections equipment, at least temporarily. So we're also in the process of trying to find a location where we can temporarily store our new equipment and perform acceptance testing on that equipment. So that were the emerging issues that you probably weren't aware of. The rest of them, I think you are. On to supplemental requests. You'll see that our supplemental requests are primarily equipment-related or personnel-related. The first column discusses a new recording system. It also includes an upgrade to our internal security features and some other fixed assets, excuse me. The second column is there to show the $1.4 million that is coming back to the county as part of the purchase of the new voting equipment. The third column is a request for elections equipment not connected to the new voting system. And our personnel requests that follow include reclassifying our administrative services officer to a senior admin services officer and adding a new senior accountant in order to strengthen our fiscal support, reallocating an IT specialist senior to an IT analyst 1-2 for allocation ordinance cleanup, fund an IT analyst to meet increasing workload, and fund a clerk recorder elections technician entry journey to offset the workload created by the DMV automatic registration bill that passed a couple of years ago. The last slide is just a graph that shows our projected capital expenditures, which is subject to change, of course. With that, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions of Mr. Ronco? I see none.
All right, thank you very much. Hacker says I owe you each $1 for any 5 minutes I go over, and I pre-funded that for $20, but it looks like I hit my 5-minute mark, so I think I'm okay. So, oh, just leave it here? Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler, members of the board, Denise Medlin, Management Analyst. I'm pleased to introduce the submitted budget for County Council. As you can see, County Council was able to submit their base budget their submitted budget approximately 3% under base budget. This is mostly due to truing up position costs that fluctuated with retirements and personnel changes within the department once we set base. County Council has no supplemental requests, and as you can see, their funded positions remain flat. And with that, I'll turn it over to Council.
Good afternoon. For the record, Karen Schwab, your interim county council. With me today, I wanted to introduce you to our senior management. Brett Holt is our chief deputy county council. Rob Salmon, supervising deputy county council. We have one more who we decided had to do some work, and that's Roger Kaufman, who's our supervising deputy county counsel for juvenile dependency. He had a court appearance at 1, so he's off doing good things. Also with this is Linda Rodriguez, who's our acting ASO. I want to just give a special thanks to Linda. Our ASO is actually on a long-term medical leave. Linda stepped in and has done a fabulous budget on the job on the budget for us. So what I'd like to do is, first of all, introduce our new mission statement. Our new mission statement is to deliver timely, responsive, competent, ethical, strategically effective, and solution-oriented legal representation and advice to advance, support, and defend county programs, priorities, and financial resources. And that's all one sentence, which is what lawyers do. Oh. One more thing, I promised to give you the most boring of budget presentations because we're asking for no supplemental requests, we have no capital expenditure requests, and we're not asking to fund any additional staff.
Those are the exciting ones. From our perspective, those are the exciting.
I see. I'm glad. I did seriously consider asking for capital expenditure to turn our closets and bathrooms into extra offices, but thought probably wouldn't go very far. So what are the emerging issues? One of them is really the continued large-scale, complex county projects and financing priorities, which do require expertise in multiple legal disciplines. We also are seeing the changing landscape in the county, and this requires us to expand our knowledge base and the experience level of our attorneys to address those issues. And finally, keeping pace with legal and technological innovation to increase our effectiveness and representation without an appreciable increase in the office's budget. So what are our priorities? Our main priority is to change the representation approach of county council to one that utilizes historic knowledge as a base, not an impediment, to identifying legal mechanisms to achieve board priorities. We're continuing the conversion of office management model to model a private law firm practice with performance criteria, time tracking requirements, and management requirements. And finally, expanding our outreach to the board, elected officials, and department heads to anticipate legal needs early on in the process. One of the reasons we don't have supplemental requests is basically we took some steps in the fiscal years 2017-18 and 2018-19 that have reaped benefits in terms of our budget. The first was the ProLaw case management and time tracking software. We requested back in 2017-18 a supplemental request to purchase and to implement the software, and I'm happy to announce that we had a successful implementation on July 9th, 2018. The program is running better than expected, provides us for accurate time tracking, enhanced reporting capabilities, and management reports. It also allows for more efficient document retention. And we have monthly savings of $6,000 for the software maintenance. Another shift we made was to Westlaw, which allowed us to bundle our library, and as a result, we're able to save $4,000. And while that's probably a small amount for a lot of other departments, it's a big amount for us. We also invested in laptops and scanners and printers. And the most important benefit to us was by transitioning our attorneys to laptops with VPN capability. We allow each attorney remote access to both ProLaw and the documents during court appearances, hearings, and meetings. Essentially, they're in office on the go. Current budget challenges. We're constantly faced with what is really the influx of the Bay Area attorney rates and how that affects us in terms of attorney recruitment and retention. We also are facing the challenge of cross-training and succession planning without breaking our travel and training budget items. And also the need for additional attorneys and support staff, but no office space, unless you go with the idea of the closets. And with that, I'm done. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for County Council? I see none. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We've got Child Support Services up next, I believe.
Hopefully the slide switches over, but I'll get started. Child Support Services.
I think you've got the clicker right there.
I got it. There we go. Makes it easy.
So you can wait, or you can just do it.
Should we skip to the end? You want to just skip to the end? We'll do that.
If you want to wait, I mean, we'll be here a while.
Child Support Services, one of the unique departments in the county. It's 100% state and federal funded. They do operate on a cash basis accounting system, meaning they can only spend what they get in. I do want to note the $50,000 general fund cost within this department. That cost is utilized as a backstop should they have any unforeseen expenses or circumstances that would require them to go over the revenues that they receive from the state and federal governments. It has yet to be utilized, and Jeff will talk further about that. And with that, I'll introduce Jeff Thompson with Child Support Services.
Thanks, Joel. Good afternoon, Chair Euler, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Councilor Schwab. My name is Jeff Thompson, and I have the privilege of being the Senior Administrative Services Officer for Child Support Services. Director Troy Held had an urgent matter come up, and he apologizes for not being able to make it today. Child support is ranked #1 in state practice indicators and #3 in federal performance measures, in which only 7 years ago, child support was ranked 36th. The drastic improvement is the result of implementing caseload stratification in 2013 and hiring the right people to manage over 7,600 cases, and all with the goal of working without bias to serve our more than 20,000 customers. I cannot say enough about the staff that we have in this program and the success we've had, and I'm very honored to be a part of this team. Collections are at all-time high, with over $26 million distributed to parents, with the majority of those dollars staying in Placer County. The department's priority is to retain these great employees and continue improving their performance despite budgetary challenges. And as an excitement as well, there's no supplemental requests or capital projects requested this year. Child support is 100% federally and state funded, as Joel said, and in fiscal year 17-18, our department reached our limit of doing less, or doing more with less, and we spent all but $600 of our allocation. Also last fiscal year, local child support agencies across the state, also known as LCSAs, collaborated and pushed for a new allocation increase based on a new methodology of cases per staff. And we were successful, the LCSAs were successful in securing $3 million from the state. And when matched with federal dollars, it was $9 million that was available to fund the most underfunded LCSAs statewide. And Placer received $12,000 this year. LCSA continued their push this fiscal year, and pending legislative action for fiscal year 1920, an additional $19 million from the state, matched with federal dollars, could result in almost $60 million available to distribute to the underfunded LCSAs, which Placer would be one of them. And if approved, Placer's share is a $153,000 increase each year over the next 3 years. And the fourth year would be an increase of $240,000 for 4-year total allocation increase of $700,000. As Joel said, we do have a county general fund, about $50,000, and we have not spent that. But we can match that with federal dollars to make that $150,000, which is a huge for our program. But it's not likely to be spent as long as we get the allocation increase from the state, which would be great. With that concludes my presentation.
You just mentioned the allocation increase. I know there is a push for a new allocation methodology. Do you have any idea where that stands right now?
And so that is down at the Capitol, and they're pushing that through, and so we're hoping that certainly goes through soon. I don't have much more than
the net to us if we're successful in that. Do we know?
Yeah, so $700,000 over 4 years. There'll be a ramp up over those 4 years, and so that would certainly help us tremendously in child support to maintain our staff and continue ongoing the trajectory we're on.
I encourage you to make sure the office stays involved with that effort. That's worthwhile.
Absolutely.
Any other questions by board members?
I will say, Supervisor Euler, the hearing on the additional child support funding for the state was just last week or 2 weeks ago, and they did push it off to the May revise. So sometime the first week of May, when the governor releases his budget, we should know.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. So from child support to district attorney's office. And I did get a note from Mr. Owens letting me know that he's not feeling real well today, so he's had to beg off on making the presentation himself.
Okay, good afternoon. Amanda Flo here again, this time to give a brief overview of the District Attorney's Office submitted budget. As you can see here, their submitted budget is roughly $100,000 less than prior year adopted budget, and this is mainly due to the removal of one-time expenditures. Additionally, the net county costs decreased from base as a result of truing up revenues, as well as a few reductions in internal service fund costs. You will note that the department's funded positions have increased by 2, with the addition of an assistant district attorney and a chief assistant district attorney. I will now hand the presentation off to Jennifer Miskowitz, assistant district attorney with the DA's office. Thank you.
And you got my name right, so good job. It's a tough one. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with the board today. Before I hand the presentation over to Ms. Featherstone to discuss our supplemental requests, I have been asked to address some of the emerging legal issues that we have seen and the impacts that has directly had on our department. I'd like to begin with Assembly Bill 1810. This is otherwise known as mental health diversion. Assembly Bill 1810 was written into law in June of 2018. It allows for pretrial diversion for some of our mental health defendants who are pending either misdemeanors or felonies. There have been several impacts that Assembly Bill 1810 has had on our office, most significant to our deputy district attorneys. Those are the people that are appearing in court on these matters, and we have certainly seen an increase in the court appearances after Assembly Bill 1810. Our district attorneys are also tasked with responding to oppositions when we are opposing diversion on certain defendants. And that includes also doing hearings, oftentimes with mental health experts, to adequately oppose mental health diversion on appropriate cases. Our office is also concerned with Assembly Bill 1810 regarding any potential increased costs that we might see as it relates to expert testimony and investigations on those cases that we do plan to oppose diversion. Anytime that we see changes in the law similar to Assembly Bill 1810, we almost always see our court calendars to be impacted, and that has certainly been the case this year. Recently, the Placer County Superior Court changed their matrix, now requiring that our misdemeanor unit operate 5 days a week, where they were typically operating 4 days a week. Our felonies are also 5 days a week. When deputy district attorneys are in court 5 days a week and managing those calendars, it often becomes a burden because they still have case filings, case workup to do, and of course, communication with our victims. Operating calendars 5 days a week also puts more of a burden on our supervisors and our senior deputy DAs, as overseeing calendar coverage is difficult, especially considering there are multiple calendars in multiple departments. The impact does not just affect our attorneys, it affects our staff overall. When our support staff has to pull calendars, that is 5 days a week, that does take them away from some of their other essential duties. Another area of the law that we've seen some changes is Senate Bill 1437. Senate Bill 1437 changed who could be charged with first-degree murder. This is a retroactive bill, and once a petition is received by our office, it has to be reviewed and responded to within 60 days. It is the retroactive nature of this particular bill that places a further demand on our office because it often requires recreating very old, voluminous case files. Often the deputy district attorney who tried the original case is no longer with our office due to the age of some of these files. This puts a further burden on those deputy DAs who've been assigned to respond to these petitions because they are now tasked with going through a very large file, and often, as you can imagine, with first-degree murder cases, they are very complex as well. Another area that we've seen changes is Prop 57. Proposition 57 is otherwise known as the Public Safety and Rehabilitation Act of 2016. Proposition 57 is an early release process that changed how defendants convicted of non-violent felonies are considered for parole and how they are accruing their custody credits. Similar to Senate Bill 1437, our office does need to respond to these requests, and sometimes that even requires traveling to whatever institution the individual may be at to adequately oppose the request for early release. As the board can see, our office has had to adapt to these changes over the last year. Our budget requests seek to ease some of the impacts that these laws have had on our office while continuing to provide us with the tools that we need to continue to support our community and to do justice. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Featherstone.
Good afternoon. We have one supplemental request, but we're not asking for any money. So we're requesting to add a staff services manager allocation to our budget. We are proposing to eliminate a IT specialist as well as a legal secretary in order to cover the costs of this new position. This position will be responsible for managing staff schedules in our intake and victim witness unit, as well as assisting in grant management, employee evaluations, and other personnel-related issues. They will also be available to assist in training and would supervise around 25 employees. We're not requesting any general fund contribution to cover the cost of this position, as I mentioned, so that pretty much sums up our presentation for today.
Great. Questions by board members? I don't see any. Facilities management, I believe, is next.
Here. Fine there. Hello, Brian Hacker again, here to introduce the budget for the Facilities Management Department. You'll recall, of course, that Facilities Management was reorganized in fiscal year 1819 by unmerging from the Department of Public Works. Their budget structure now is a mixture of capital, operating, and internal service funds with a total of 74 positions. The capital project, let me back up to the capital projects fund real quickly. So here's our capital projects fund budget, and you'll see the year-over-year differences just based on the order of progress on projects and which projects are budgeted in one-year pattern versus multi-years. Now onto the general fund budgets. The three general fund budgets are real estate services, museums, and administration. These operating budgets total $5.3 million and 27 positions. Building maintenance is a large internal services fund of $17 million and 37 positions. And the remainder budgets are enterprise and internal service fund budgets, the Kings Beach Center and the Placer County Government Center campus. And so with that overview, I'll turn it over to Steve Newsom, our Director of Facilities Management.
Thank you, Brian. This is a pretty exciting time for us. We are very grateful to our CEO, Todd Leopold, for his vision in creating the Department of Facilities Management. And so we are actively creating our own identity and really being able to move forward with a lot of exciting initiatives that we have. The department has 5 different divisions, and with that we have a number of initiatives that we're pretty excited to move forward in the coming fiscal year. On the capital improvement side, you saw the master plan presentation this morning. We're looking forward to the implementation of it, which will be, of course, over many years. The RFQ for a potential campus developer. Also, based on our recent board workshop, we look forward to looking for some options for the Tahoe Justice Center. Additionally, we have just completed an RFP process for solar PV photovoltaic systems on many of our campuses. That will save us a tremendous amount of money in our utility bills. On the building maintenance side, we recently, as your board approved, recently entered into an on-bill financing program with PG&E. This allows us to replace aging equipment and lighting and so forth that's less efficient with new, more efficient lighting with a 0% loan. And the savings pays back that, so there's really no net out of pocket. We also are examining right now our contract for jail maintenance. We are using an outside contractor for that at this time. We're going to look at, and we're going to continue to look at that as we do with any services that we provide. What's the most effective, cost-effective, and production-oriented means of delivering those systems. So we'll come back to you with more information on that. We are standardizing our fob and keyless entry systems countywide, which is a great program that allows us the flexibility to, from one location, add or delete and expand upon people's access to different buildings. And then our contracted warehouse management. This allowed us to free up a staff member who was really managing our warehouse space, but he has skills in building maintenance, and so he moved into a building maintenance position in lieu of that, and so now we're contracting that work out. On the administrative side, the implementation of our new department org structure, which includes 2 deputies, one backfilling my old position and then another created one, all created with a 0 net cost to the county for that. And as we're moving forward as a new department, they're also looking at just questioning how we do things. What's a better, faster, more effective way of doing all of our practices, whether it's in accounting or it's project management, et cetera. On the museums side, there's a lot of really great things going on there. We're going to be able to have the public access via the internet digital images and files, and they could get a low resolution image, and then they can pay for a higher resolution image, for their own research or personal use. And so that'll be a revenue stream for us, which is great. We're expanding the hours at the DeWitt History Museum and also the archives and research facility where people can come and do their own family research and other historical research. And then this coming year is the 150th anniversary of the Transcontinental Railroad, so look for some events that will commemorate that. Real estate services is in a constant state of looking at the disposal, the proper acquisition and so forth of real estate. We have the grand opening of the Placer County Indoor Sports Event Center, which is feverishly under construction right now. We have the remediation and transfer of the Lincoln Missile Site. And then we're looking at, and we've been going through an interesting process of looking at the feasibility of an adaptive reuse or other disposition for the Tahoe City Firehouse properties, acquisition of the Nahhouse property, and then the Sabre City properties disposal as well. These are the supplemental requests. The first one is really a pass-through from state funds that come through us that help support the county fair. The next one is salary savings from real estate services. Then through the, as I mentioned before, the funded position changes, that was a net zero expense. Then there's some personal computer replacement. And then with the separation of the two departments, the previous vehicle that was used, it went over to Parks, so it's in Public Works, and so this is a request for a vehicle for real estate, capital improvements, et cetera, use. Then here we have the general fund contribution. As Brian had stated, much of this is part of our capital and part of our capital improvement plan. And it also includes a request, as we did last year, for building maintenance to receive the additional funding in order to maintain our facilities at the same level. Next is the salary savings reduction, and then the Kings Beach Center disposition obligations that we have. Our building maintenance department recently filled 2 previously unfilled but funded positions, and so those workers who are dispatched to different sites to do their work need trucks to do that. As I mentioned, our keying system, we are requesting software for that system as we move forward with it. Then you probably recall our VFA, building maintenance assessment and programming, planning, budgeting software that we use countywide. We're requesting a position there to manage that because most of these projects will require outside architect and engineer contracts as well as construction contracts, and our capital improvements division is not able to absorb that additional level of work, which results in millions of dollars each year. So this position would manage that. Then below that, we would be expanding our Pride contract for janitorial services, and that is due to not backfilling positions where people have retired or changed their positions, so there's some savings there. And then upcoming projected capital expenses, we sought after and obtained a grant for electric vehicle charging stations at many of our sites in the county. And so there's some anticipated share that we have to pay for in order to receive that grant, as well as the staff time to implement that program. Next is the First Street improvements, which is part of the Mercy Housing and master plan that you saw earlier today. These, again, are at this time not determined as final numbers, but they're anticipated. And then the infrastructure, which was also presented this morning for the PCGC campus. And then lastly, the PV infrastructure. This is a request for staff time to administer that project. Any questions?
Questions on our facilities management budget? I am seeing no questions on our facilities management budget.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do at this time, knowing that we have a 2 o'clock timed item that's going to take a little bit of time, and we have yet to take our closed session or eat, we're going to take a half hour and come back at 2:15. We'll take our 2 o'clock timed item at 2:15, so all the all the department budget items will be taken up after the 2:15. So my guess is if y'all show up around 3:30-ish, we'll be probably getting on toward picking up our department budget items again around that time, and that might be optimistic, but we'll see. So those of you who are here for the 2 o'clock timed item, we will be taking that up at 2:15. And our board will adjourn to closed session right now.
The board will adjourn to closed session to consider 3 items of existing litigation. One has been dropped. CSAA Insurance Exchange has been dropped from closed session. The board will consider Winkle versus County, Gatchis versus County, Melger versus Bacora, and one real estate matter.
Thank you.